I guess I'm not. That helps a little, although the quality is so bad. So it's the Sabbath day, the last day of the week, and so I just went to my earthly father's burial, whatever, Well, went into the building. I actually thought that, oh, this might not even have, it might actually have the access to the place where I'm thinking in regards of not being pagan and all that. But it's all paganism. There's those sensual symbols everywhere. And the windows. What are the windows formed like? Hmm? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Now, then you go in, right? Yeah, well, I thought you actually would have gone into the building from the east. I thought, oh yeah, isn't there? No, no, of course, I was wrong because it's a pagan building. So I came there and there was no access where I thought I was like thinking, maybe this, church building actually doesn't have it the wrong way, might actually have the right way, right? In regards of the temple in Jerusalem and being biblical and all that, of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. So you went in and you turned to what? In what direction? To the east. Now, not only that, we had an idol as well, where the priest stands, and she makes the cross as well in regard. Right. So I went in there. I was the last hope in regards of you know for any. I just couldn't get myself to. I guess I ended up. Yeah, I just couldn't. I failed. I failed. That was the last hope, the very last hope of anything. That was today. It's done. There's no hope in regards of anything anymore. Um, so only the future will tell in regards of what will happen in regards to that. Future resurrection and all that. Anyway, I lost. I guess I just became somewhat numb, you know, going into the, disgusting building. And then, the priest, just, stands in the direction of the sun and the altar and the direction of the sun and what is standing on the altar, a pagan idol. And you have the symbol. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's disgusting. Absolute disgusting. Well, then, well, what doesn't matter anyway? No one listens to me anyway. Don't know anyway. No one wants to listen to me anyway in this wicked world. Doesn't doesn't matter much, does it? Because when you tell people something, they just don't want to hear. They don't want to talk about bullshit. They want to talk about Christmas and whatever bullshit that is in this world. Anyway, so we are in the direction of the sun, sun, the soul or thing, which the pagans, what direction did the pagans pray? Well, to the east. Anyway, that was the Romans, in regards to praying to the east because they were worshipping the sun, sun, not the son, but the soul in Invictus. Anyway, so not only that, you had in the front, you had where people could, and of course the priest was of course a woman. Yeah. I see 12 apostles, not a single woman amongst those. 7 to 72 disciples sent out. I can't remember how many it was. 70 or 72. That's in regards of how many women were there among those? Well, Anyway, whatever. Um, so she makes the cross as well. I'm like, I didn't get if it was an upside cross or whatnot. But usually, they when they cross them, the things and all that, it's usually, an upside cross if you actually look very closely on it. But in any case, so you have this pew where they get the cookie, right? But of course, that was not cookie Jesus today. Of course, the Lutheran Church still believe in the cookie Jesus. And by the way, um, I think I have this thing that cost me a lot of resources. See if we can sit down here again. Um, this is some text taken from the original. No, yeah. So they sit down, in the direction of what? The east. Boy. We have Christ Mass bullshit trees, Christ Mass, or as we call it in Danish, you. And the thing is, everybody wanna keep these things, these bullshit traditions. I don't know if my earthly father ever accepted Jesus Christ. I remember writing to him about it. If he ever accepted him, I have no idea. So only God knows that. As far as I know, he was still going on in regards of you know other ideas. We only have a small time between two numbers. That's all we have. If we reject Jesus Christ, there's no everlasting life. Now, I still have my faith, even if I think I failed today. I tried to go to the thing and, resurrect him and all that, but that didn't really work. I Maybe there wasn't enough witnesses, so I thought, maybe today, but I just couldn't. I couldn't get myself to. I didn't get the action button in regards of moving on and all that. I pretty much feel I was the last hope because everybody else, are just full of paganism. So I was the very last hope that he ever had in regards of, if there's no body, is pretty kind of done. So it's done. It's done. I couldn't I couldn't well, I don't know, understand this. It's a pagan building, You're having this guy, in a pagan building, singing like three songs and all the disgusting penis formed windows and the things of sitting to the east, looking to the east, and all the other sun bullshit that they do. Well, at least this was on a Sabbath. People in the church on the Sabbath, wow, because usually they come on the first day of the week. Hmm. Anyway, let's see this song. As I don't know. Usually emotional. It usually gets to me afterwards. But the thing is, that was the last chance. I didn't. There was either two options, and I didn't try the other option. To make room for God to, maybe make a miracle would have been pretty nice. Uh, it's done. But anyway, I just, I told him about the truth. So if he didn't receive the truth and all that, just then I guess I did what I could. Anyway, here we have the text from song text taken from the original pamphlet. People don't want to talk to you about things, you know? They want to talk about everything else than things that I, want to talk about. That's it. Well, in regards to what I know, there's a lot of things I don't know, but those things that I do know, and yeah. So now he's done away, just done away. That's the first death. Of course, it's I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know if he accepted Jesus or not. And of course, I'm not going to reject Jesus because I didn't get the thing and I failed. I feel like I failed. At least I could have tried the last thing. That was the primary reason I came there. I don't know in regards to the rest of the nonsense and the pagan bullshit and all that. Doesn't if he's dead, right? If there's no, doesn't besides, knowing that we're all going in that direction, of course, like Solomon said that it's better to go to a funeral than a party because at least in the funeral you will know where you're going. I had a lot of things I could have said, and I just didn't get on the moving. I'm sure it would have offended a lot of people. Who cares, right? And if it didn't work, in regards of, well, at least I would have tried. Um, at least I would have tried. But it didn't. Um, but in any case, tried to tell him the truth, in regards of I can, and all the pagan bullshit that the family and the rest of the Danish nation are keeping and all that. I don't want to partake in that. I want to partake in the festivals found in the Bible. But that's the interesting thing, right? Well, people say, well, we're not really keeping and it's just, food and this and that and all. You can come and all that and join in and all that. I'm like, okay, well, what about just keeping the festivals in the Bible? If you don't care in regards of, what day and this and that and all that, that's just the family stuff and all that. Why not keep it according to the Bible? No, we can't do that. We can't do that. What? Didn't you say just the family thing, And no, we can't do that. We can't keep the, okay, whatever, just, what. There's like a double standard here, going on. I don't understand. If people really wanted to see me, regards, hey, we have some festivals we're not keeping according to the Bible that I really would like to keep. But apparently that's a big problem with it. That's a big problem with it, you know, because there's maybe a little more than just being a family thing, right? Yeah, there is. Anyway, because if it was just in regards to gathering around the Bible, there shouldn't be any problem in regards to keeping the so-called Jewish festivals, right? Instead of keeping those pagan bullshit traditions. But we love those pagan, people are just clinging to it. Oh, I made this candle thing and all that, and we fix all the gnomes all around, those house gods, demons. Yeah, that's another word for it, demons. Oh yeah, hanging demons all around. Oh, what a wonderful time it is. We're hanging demons all around, filling the children with garbage and lies and deceptions and all that. Woo! What are they calling the spirit of Christmas? You know what that spirit is? That's the spirit of the devil. Yep, that's the spirit of error, the spirit of lies, and the spirit of deception. I really don't understand why more people wouldn't like to listen to me in regards to these things. I don't know. Just doesn't seem like to get anything. I don't know. It's like people don't have eyes and ears to hear. I have a lot of issues. I have a lot of issues for sure. I have a lot of issues. Like anyone else, I need Jesus Christ. I need Yeshua. I just don't understand when we know something is pagan that we wouldn't reject it. If this is lies and deception, why would we continue to keep it when we have had the Bible to read for 500 years? Oh, by the way, it's over here. We had the Bible for 500 years to read it. 500 years. We still keeping to pagan bullshit traditions? and deceiving, you know, don't wanna listen to the truth, you know. And those whorehouses of the Lutheran Church, yeah, what else to call it? The you know, looking to the east. Yeah, the temple in Jerusalem. You have the entrance at what? Oh, at the east. Yeah. And God didn't really like people looking to the east, praying to the sun god and all that nonsense. Many, many ways of different, insanities in regards of the SUN God worship. Let's see here. This is from a German song text taken from the original pamphlets. The song text also appears in Backernagel DKL, Volume 3, number 521, and Redia nach Richten zur Kirchengelegten and Büchergeschichte, Volume 1, pages 462 to 4. The later also gives some history of the text. That would have been interesting, but let's not have that in the book, right? Well, anyway, at least I know where I know where the information should be. I just need to figure out in regards of anyway. No, it's 1222. I guess another SDA are collected together now. Ah, it's sad. It's sad. Now, well, of course, now my earthly father is dead, and that's of course not a happy time. And knowing that this was the last chance to do anything, if anything, a miracle or whatever, and I just didn't raise up to the opportunity to try it at least this today. I failed. I'm a failure. I'm a disgusting failure on so many levels. At least I could have tried. At least I could have tried. It doesn't matter what people believe anyway about you. They already believe, probably that, crazy data. Most of these people don't even believe in Jesus. What do you expect? But what a disgusting building to be in. Looking to the east, having an idol standing on the altar thing, whatever, having a picture, again, formed like a penis pretty much, and, making the cross, having the pew where you can sit down in the direction of east when you get the cookie Jesus, because Luther couldn't totally throw it away. And that's actually what this song is about. Let's see. The truth about the Lord's Supper has already been revealed. The Antichrist might no more help his darkness and his delight, so that he has blinded the world and falsely taught of the sacrament that bodily flesh will be eaten. All that God's word says is spirit and life. So it is also useful and good as it is to forgive us. The Lord is he who brings life. In faith one strives for flesh on which our soul feast. What an erroneous custom thereby that we must here believe that Christ, as great as he may be, lets himself be deprived of the position that he has by God his Father on his right hand side until the world perishes, as the apostles teach. Almighty Luther insists on a single word, as if nothing else had ever been written in many and in and place. Then, as he says, this is my body, but note that afterwards it is written that for you it will be broken. That's interesting. I do wonder in regards of, well, I guess we have different places of that. I do wonder, it says, for you it will be broken. But of course, when Jesus did it the first time, it was prophetic. But that would be interesting to actually see if it actually was in the. It's a little hard to remember where the places are in regards of it, which book and all that. But the thing is, it is. It was prophetic when Jesus did it, and he used parables and whatnot in regards of telling us things. And do this in remembrance of me. First, it was prophetic, and then afterwards to do it in remembrance of me. Anyway, but note that afterward it is written that for you it will be broken. The breaking refers to the bread, but this cannot be true. The bread did not suffer on the holy cross for us. Well, I don't know if it's a holy cross, but anyway, we know in regards of the tree. But Christ, with his body that keeps the human race from the devil, is actually broken for us. For this, if one wants to accept the first word as completely real, the one must also acknowledge the following. If he, as to say Luther, now says, "This is my body," and the corporal understanding that prevails is that he, Jesus, must be corporally broken, it follows that we would have to kill the Lord unceasingly. Therefore, it has another manner which is necessary of us, that we break the bread in the assembly and remember the death of the Lord who was broken on the cross. A memory is not the actual thing about which one should think, therefore we must steer towards something else. When signs to be and that which they signify, which impossibly we reach impossible things which would never happen, God acts only according to his word and thereby lets it be sufficient. When he indicates a certain place, he can be pushed anywhere, but the evil illegitimate birth that stands against his Christ crumbles. Save signs from heaven. I'm not entirely sure how that. They also have a question mark. Christ crumbles. Take note, only you true Christian, that you should believe Scripture where Scripture, does not contradict itself. As it is brought before your eyes, all the New Testament would wholly recognize the truth that is shown here. A Passover from God has happened, and Moses commanded it strongly. All of that, according to reports, God has not been angry at him, that it signifies the transformation. A lamb was killed so that one should think of it. And when children ask hereafter as they eat the lamb, the Jews answer quickly soon in this way. This is indeed the transformation, so you understand that God has saved us. Now the lamb was not the transformation, but the sign of remembrance. So Christ here also speaks, as he now gives the bread he meant himself, that he offered to you at the Passover, because he himself was the Passover, eaten on the you have the Passover being slain on the 14 and eaten on the 15 and all that. Anyway, and that's 15 is the Passover day, the first day of unleavened bread. In the 22nd chapter is written, as I leave it, how the Lord says with great anxiety, I am now moved to eat Passover, the Last Supper, with you. Then he quickly takes the bread, thanks his Father mercy, breaks it in this action, hence well to presume, as the text shortly hereafter states, therefore not to be carrying any trouble, it is a sign of remembrance. Therefore honor should be bestowed upon him, about whom this was all about. Therefore no one wants to despise nor avoid it, but you should not worship idolatry that came with it. It is a creation. But you should not worship idolatry that came with it. It is creation. The Creator is keen that honor not be given to just any creation. In Exodus, God says of the Lord that you may teach it well. Teach it well. Is that all? Teach it well. Okay. In Exodus, God says of the Lord that you may teach it well. Therefore, the so-called Pope and Luther cleverly, although they're not allied, have become united. To God alone the honor. God allein die Ehre. That's what. So I guess it's probably a lot better in German. So. Es ist die Verhitpracht an Tag, wo's Herren nachtmals schon, denn in Christ nix mir helfen mag, sein Dunkel und sein Wonn. Damit hat die Welt verplant und Wals gelehrt vom Sakrament. Das leiblich Fleisch vergessen. Anyway, it, it's just incredible that after 500 years we can't even get it right. And people are still, well, of course, debating it because the Roman Catholics believe in the Christ Mass bullshit. Christ Mass, yeah, Christ Mass bullshit. Which, in Denmark we're keeping Christ Mass. I do wonder what side we actually on. Anyway, I think the medical mafia pretty much murdered my. This is a disgusting world because money over people. That's just how it is. Most people just want to run along and trust the bullshit that they are served in the television, and that's just how it is. I don't know, in regards of this book, if there's, in regards to the song, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I guess it would just be easier to make a song in regards of myself, I guess. But it has a lot in regards of, Luther wanted, not everything Luther did was bad. He did some absolutely good things and all that. And yet he couldn't release the cookie Jesus. He knew that the Mass was the greatest abomination, and yet you still have images and idols in the churches, and you still have the cookie Jesus. The Lutheran Church still believe that the cookie is the body of Christ. It's just the insanity of these people. Really, that church building, the only thing I can say is bulldoze it. Bulldoze it all. Why would you have something that you're looking east? Which was the pagans that did that. Oh, you've got to be kidding. It's all sun worship. It's all sun bullshit. You might use Christian terminology and all that, but it's all Christian, it's all paganism. That's just, I'm sick and tired of this world. I'm absolutely sick and tired of this world. People just don't want the truth. Doesn't matter. Now I'm speaking English, of course. It's easier. And I failed today. I absolutely failed. Another failure of my life. A lot of failures. 20 years of having an issue. It took me 20 years to figure out what it was. 20, well, maybe more than 20. I'm not sure. 20 years. Around 20 years to figure out that, hey, fungus is a big issue in our society, and I have a fungal infection. And of course, one can feed it or one can try to starve it, and try to attack it with different antifungals and all that, which of course the medical mafia tries to keep away from us because that's what it is. The medical mafia. It's disgusting, satanic bullshit organization, and I think they killed my earthly father. Now I have sought documentation, not because I can't do much about my earthly father, but maybe I can help others so they don't get that mistreatment. And, I don't think they tried what I was thinking in regards of but we'll see. I'll get all the documentations, hopefully. Shouldn't hopefully be that long. I think he could have been probably cured pretty easily, and yet they killed him. Of course, we have to follow what the system tells us, right? And we do have enough knowledge. I actually have the nurse that I talked with around 15 minutes. Well, I guess maybe a little less than 15 minutes because I talked to someone else in the front of it. Oh, we're just following the system. Yeah, we're just doing and we have learned a lot in regards to the corona and all that. Yeah, that's why you killed him, right? Yeah, that's why you murdered him. Why is it that you know, me would, you know, why is it that those, that has education and all that actually, why is it that why would we need to tell them how to fix a person, It's insanity. Oh, but it's too cheap to do, right? We want money, money, money while we are murdering people. And that's another way I failed, I should have called up the doctor in regards to this and see if I could, get some, you know, I failed. I failed. I failed. I don't know. I should just have done it. Whatever other people said to me, I should have done it. I should have called the doctor up and tried to get someone, no, there's no, there's no way of getting, yeah, from now on, it's too late on anything, on every level and all that. It's just done. It's done. So, on so many multiple levels, I failed. It's interesting how, a complete failure I've done, pretty much been all my life, I guess. Yeah, yeah, I guess it started going downhill with my bleeding and my issues, my secret issues, right? Pretty much. Yeah, why would you ever put that disgusting, you know, what is it called? Sandpaper, toilet paper, sandpaper? Yeah, sandpaper on the toilet, Why would you ever put that on? It's just incredible. That really ruined, that was just the beginning for a lot of issues. Why would you put, when we actually have something called a bidet that could have been fixed, for anyone to clean themselves, but we don't have that in Denmark. Took me like what 20 years again, to figure out there was something called a bidet, that actually could be helpful. Still haven't gotten anything that actually, that I can take along and all that. But yeah, around 20 years before I figured out, hey, something called a bidet, and it's actually pretty good. Yeah, it was very, very helpful. I have one now. I can't live without it, that's for sure. But then, of course, that might have stopped other issues down the line because I began drinking a lot and used it as a way out, Hey, if you drink too, if you drink enough and all that, you forget about it, right? Yeah. But there's not a solution because it just gets you other issues. Then, of course, I remember being stuffed with this, yeah, it's bad. So, I guess, they will fix him as dying of corona. Hey, you know what I think? I think he died of mistreatment. That's what I think. That's what I think. He died of mistreatment from the medical mafia, that bloody machine of murder. But hey, let's not talk about that because let's just, go ahead and let it run and let it murder more people. You know. That's what people, hey, no, we can't talk about that. We don't want to, we want to be blind about this murderous system and all that. A money machine without equal. The Jesuits are out there and they're very sophisticated in regards to murdering us, but you don't want to know anything about the Jesuits either, right? Oh yeah, by the way, we should get some books on that, by the way. Incredible. It's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. We don't want to know anything. We just want to be in our own bubble and all that. And yeah, and I failed. I failed. I failed. I failed. Incredible how I can feel it all the time. And the thing is, it doesn't matter in regards to the people because people don't want to listen anymore. At least, if there was have been a miracle, at least maybe some people would have listened. These whorehouses, these churches are directly whorehouses of paganism. You're gonna be kidding me. You standing, looking to the east, like the pagans. You have an idol on the altar. You're actually kneeling in front in the direction of east, in front of an idol. In front of the disgusting idol, you are kneeling in front. 500 years to change those things. 500 years to read the Bible, and it's in our own language. What are you doing? Anyway, we have the enemy en masse, the secret terrorist. In any case, I don't think he takes it far further. He takes it to the Constitution and all that. He doesn't take it further back than that. Alberto Rivera takes it way further back, that the Protestants were fixing the laws in regards to this when they came to America. And the Roman Catholics was not allowed to do that, disgusting mass. Huh? Yeah. I'm a complete failure. I'm absolutely a complete failure. I don't have the strength for this. I'm a weak person. How is it that a weak person like me needs to stand up for all these things? We should have strong people. I've been weakened in all these many years of my issues and all that. It's like, chewing a little on the wall every single day. Pain and bleeding and pain and then itching and all that. And they couldn't figure out because I already know that disgusting system of the medical mafia because I've already been mistreated by this disgusting system. They couldn't figure out what my issues was because the big secret is that fungus is a big money machine. And by the way, the antifungal that the antibiotic and all that they give people and all that, it's poison from fungus. Oh yeah. And it gives you chances of they're ruining what our got. Hey, can you get real milk and all that? No, no, not there's no Jew milk that you can get. I'm sick and tired of this. They're literally killing us, and we don't care. We just go along to get along. They're murdering us. We can't get some good nutritious food. They don't give us the information in regards of it. They're censoring the truth all over, and they're murdering us. Well, let's just go along to get along, right? So they can dig our grave. And, I guess one thing that I guess more, we are going to the grave. All of us. It's pretty sure that we're going to the grave. We have this little thing, in between two numbers and all that. Are we going to stand for truth or are we going to stand for lies? No, yeah. Hey, what a failure. What a complete failure. I failed. Nothing really to do. In regards of it, I failed. Anyway, it's a complete failure in this life. Yeah, why do I like the truth? It's because there's so many lies and deceptions, and I've already been hurt by the system on so many levels. Why would you even have this sandpaper on toilets? Of course, they don't do it anymore. Which is nice, because why would you ever have this disgusting, usually children, right? You usually, do soft things to children and all that. Why would you have sandpaper on toilets in schools and institutions? What is that nonsense? Oh yeah, maybe it's incredible. Of course, these institutions doesn't really do they teach who the Antichrist is? I think that should be one of the first things to know who's the Antichrist and who's Jesus Christ. Do we teach children? Oh no, actually, you can be in school for 10 or 20 years, and you wouldn't know. Actually, you might have been become more stupid, and been filled up with all these disgusting, idiotic bullshit things. I do wonder if my microphone is actually, if I can change that. I don't know. We have real take audio here. Open volume mixer and all that. I don't know. Well, that's in regards. That's not in regards to the microphone. Microphone. I feel really, well, how can we get any people, by the way, in regards of, you know, well, how can we change things if people are just going to continue to vote on bullshitters, to get bullshitters in and all that? Well, apparently there's nothing coming in here. Nah, I know how to. Maybe it's like in the control settings here, this system is this. Mm, speech. Whatever. Anyway, got a cup of coffee and then I went further. I just, we don't want to know who the Antichrist is. Oh, we don't. We want to talk about Christmas and Christmas this and stuff and all that, but we don't want to talk about the truth. Well, there's a lot of things I know, and there's a lot of things I don't know. But we don't want to talk about the things that I know. We want to talk about all the worldly bullshit things. Say microphone. Keep them. Microphone privacy. How is it that they can be so hard to just find the microphone nonsense here, Give me a break. System, sound, notification, whatever. You couldn't just um apparently it has to be very difficult apparently to find. We're going to sound here, right? Master, blah blah blah. Oh, there we go, microphone. Test your microphone. It's apparently very, very low. Let's see. Microphone array, volume array. I don't know. Let's try to put it up there. And let's see here. Nope, still very, very low. I do wonder. Manage sound device and all that. Um, yeah, device options. Well, it's still only. Okay, it seems to be. Well, whatever. Uh, Probably should be good enough. I don't know. Does it actually go up and down here as well? I don't know. Manage sound. Test. Speaker. Headphone. Speaker. Don't know. Because it has to be so difficult to figure out, I guess. Um, but it's very, very low. It's according to this, it's very, very low. So I guess you need to really, really, I don't know, fix below of your device. Say the device that you want to disable. I just want to, push it forward in regards of, in Linux, you can just find it very easily, at least on some of them. You can just figure it out. But on this Windows 10 nonsense, I'm like, okay, so how do I? Yeah, it's just just getting worse and worse and worse with these things, of course. Headphone, speaker, headphone. That's headphone, speaker, headphone. Nope, didn't. Anyway, whatever. It should still have my microphone. Oh yeah. Hello. Yeah. Okay. But it's really low. Uh-oh. There we go. Incredible low. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Edit. Yep. Um. The internet has been restored and all that. So yeah. Whatever. So it's really hard to find anyone that actually want to keep those. Another guy wrote to me yesterday in regards of Jesus Christ and the truth and all that, and asking a lot of questions and all that. And again, a false version of Jesus. Let's see if we can find that information again. Just yet another version uh, in regards of it. Let's see here. I think it was called Rastifaria or something like that. Let's see if we can find it. Um, Here we go with the bullshit here. So the belief and practices of Rastafari. Okay, so let's see here. This is June 25, 2019, in regards to the Roman pagan satanic calendar of the sun calendar, all that. Anyway, Rastafari is an Abrahamic new religious movement that accepts Haile Selassie I, the Ethiopian emperor from 1930 to 1974, as God incarnate and the Messiah who will deliver believers to the promised land. And by the way, what is the promised land according to this bullshit? Identified by Rastas as Ethiopia. You know, already there we have multiple issues. Haile Selassie the first being the God incarnate and the Messiah. No. Identified, the promised land identified by Rastas as Ethiopia. No, that's Israel. And of course, the Messiah and God incarnate would be Jesus. It has its roots in Black empowerment and Back to Africa movements. It originated in Jamaica, and its followers continue to be concentrated there, although smaller populations of Rastas can be found in many countries today. Yeah, because people love lies. People does just dig the lies. They just love to swallow the bullshit. I see. Rastafari holds to many Jewish and Christian beliefs. Like many doesn't do that when the snake tries to twist things and all that. Usually, it's by tagging the Bible and using a little of the Bible, like the Mohammedan filthy bullshit, insanity religion. It's just how it anyway, that's also based, they say they believe in the biblical God, which of course is utter nonsense, because the biblical God is plural singular, not absolute singular, as Allah, who doesn't have a son. It's the devil, okay? Not a big surprise. They rejected the true Christ and all that, and we make a fake version and all that, and follow a false prophet and all that. And if you leave Mohammedanism, well, we kill you, right? Anyway, Rastas accept the existence of a single triune God called Yah. Well, at least they got some right things in regards to that. We have the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and Yah is the short for Jehovah, who has incarnated on earth several times. Now we get into a problem here, don't we? Including in the form of Jesus. I do wonder who else they could have thought that was incarnated as like Buddha maybe, or maybe is this one of these things where or one of these people that got into the enlightened form. I don't know. Let's see here, who has several times. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can see who has God incarnated according to Rastafari, bullshit. I'm just getting so sick and tired of the nonsense, which is clearly bullshit. It says here, Rastafari are monotheists worshipping a singular God whom they call Yah. The term Yah is shortened version of Jehovah. That's true at least. The name, regards of Yah, the name of God in English translations of the Old Testament. Well, and as well as regarding Yah as a deity, Rastas also believe that Yah is inherent within each human individual. This belief is reflected in, but who do they say besides the king, of course? Rastafarians believe that Haile Selassie is God and that he will return to Africa. Members of the black community, or it's like when the all the nonsense that is out there, you just get sick and tired of it. People will run along with the devil on so many levels. Anyway, who has incarnated on earth several times, including in the form of Jesus. They accept much of the Bible, although they believe that its message has been corrupted over time by Babylon. I do wonder who Babylon would be. But in any case, according to them. But in any case, this Bible, we have the New Testament and the Old Testament and all that. You have to be careful of Roman Pharisee Paulus. Jesus told us, that the devil would come and sow his own. They look very much alike, but their fruit is different, okay? So, who has been growing up with the true wheat? eatable wheat since the beginning of the first century. The Romanizers. The Romanizers were sown after the Judaizers. Yeah, but yeah, and have attacked the Judaizers since, the first century. By the way, Roman Pharisee Paulus was rejected by all Asia, according to his own words. But we have had a lot of censorship and a lot of things being removed from history and all that. So we can still reconstruct a lot of things, but the devil has a way of removing things that are, from history, documents and all that. Although we have a huge amount of documents and all, and of course we have the words of Jesus. And the book of Matthew is the book that the Nazarenes used. We also now we have it in Hebrew. We have over 27 books in Hebrew or something like that, manuscripts of old in Hebrew. We have the Aramaic version as well. And of course, we have the Greek version, and we have others. Ethiopia, I think they also have they have some really old documents as well on that. And I'm sure we have others, of the in regards of checking, in regards of if you have like a blowout that where the gospel goes in every direction and all that. If you want to corrupt something, you have to control everything, to corrupt things, when it goes out there. And so if you want to corrupt some place, you would have to corrupt every single manuscript in every single language and all that. If you really wanted to, when people say that, yeah, just silly, just silly. Anyway, of a single triune God called Yah, who has incarnated on earth several times, including in the form of Jesus. They accept much of the Bible, although they believe that its message has been corrupted over time by Babylon, which is commonly identified with the Western white culture. I do wonder if you're talking about the Protestants who actually protested against the Antichrist. You know, how many others do you see out in the world that really did a huge blow to the Antichrist? Anyway, specifically, they accept the prophecies in the book of Revelation concerning the second coming of the Messiah, which they believe has already occurred in the form of Selassie. That is bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. Jesus having returned. If you just read and knew a little in regards to the New Testament, you would know that that's absolutely bullshit. Because when Jesus comes again, we will know for sure that he is coming. In regards of there will not be any surprise. We will know, the whole world will know when Jesus again returns. It's not going to be like a secret, return. That's for sure. Just read his word. Jesus is coming back, and it's going to be it's not going to be what shall we say? To destroy his enemies, to destroy the Roman Antichrist and the false prophet. Now, I'm sorry, I'm a little sad here. I don't know what to. The emotions is a little. But I have to remember that after 20 years of pain and suffering and all that, you become pretty hard. You don't. You just. You. Yeah. You kind of. You kind of put a facade up and I don't really know. In regards of emotions and all that, I'm really not good at things and this and that and all that. And usually I'm really good at setting up all that pain I had and you know painful painful when a lot of things broke at that point. Gotta be kidding me. Sandpaper, that disgusting sandpaper just ruined everything. As far as I know, I was a pretty healthy. Besides, I guess I got some antibiotics at some point that might have started a rolling ball on other levels. But besides that, I was pretty fat at that already at that point where it but that, who knows? That might have been the antibiotic already ruining bacteria down in the gut because, let's just kill everything that is down in the gut and whatever nonsense they do to us and vaccinate us and poison us and on so many levels. So we are unhealthy. And all the health issues I have, and a lot of people have health issues. But the thing is, if we're not getting the real information to keep healthy. Just okay. I can't even get raw milk. Can't even get raw. You can get alcohol on every single corner in this nation, but you can't get real milk that you can make yogurt out of with a full spectrum of bacteria that might actually help your gut. I mean, if you actually get yogurt, you can just get one or they have a different specific, and that might be a secret of theirs. Hey, I just want the things that is coming from the cow and just let the milk stand. It will make yogurt by itself and all that instead of all these other nonsense things and all that. So you get a full thing like God intended it into, from healthy cows or goats or whatever. Anyway, Rastafari holds to many Jewish and Christian beliefs. We already had that. So they accept prophecies in the book of Revelation concerning the second coming of the Messiah, which they believe has already occurred in the form of Selassie. Before his coronation, Selassie was known as Rastafari Makonnen, from which the movement takes its name. Why is people following this clear stinking, wolf? Second coming, read your Bible and you would know that Jesus haven't returned. Now, you have multiple people around the world saying, hey, I'm the incarnate second coming of Christ and all that. I remember one from Russia. I remember one from, it was like Mexico or something like that. I think he's dead now. I think the Russian guy is still alive. They have this own cult and all that, saying that he's Jesus and all that. Then you had the other guy where they tattooed 666 and all that. Okay, how blind how blind do you need to be to do that? Like, I don't know. Anyway, so we have this person as well, apparently believing to be the second incarnate of Jesus Christ. How can, people need to read the first four books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in regards to the good news. Then they would also already, if you read the four books in the New Testament, you already have a good, clear way of keeping, clear of the satanic deceptions out there. If you just, it's one of the other old friends that I've gotten in contact with again, and he still believes this bullshit of, and then he begins to quote so-called Jesus and saying that, that the apostles had a whole nother teaching that didn't get into the New Testament at all in regards of reincarnation and all that. Reincarnation is not in the Bible from beginning to end, okay? You're either born twice and then die once, or you're born once and you die twice. That is the only thing you have in the Bible. The rest is bullshit. Reincarnation is bullshit. And I guess he also believes in evolution, which most people do believe in. I'm Why are people not sick and tired of the lies? Why are people so hungry for the lies? People don't want to listen to me. People just doesn't, it's like no ears to hear, Every time, I'm trying to tell something and all that, people just don't want to hear it. Apparently, the government wants to continue to promote. Now, of course, that's a Roman building anyway. It seems, there's so many Roman symbols all around in the Danish government building anyway, and we apparently want to stand on the. We don't want to go back to the law of God. You see that foundational constitution that we have in Denmark, and the same thing in the U.S. It's interesting how they did seemingly do the same thing, removed us from the law of God. So it removed us from this law that is found in the 5 books of Moses and led us into lawlessness of worshiping the devil. Because 10 commandments in the Bible says, the first one, don't have any other gods than me. Didn't God tell us that? Oh yeah, he wrote it with his own finger in stone. Don't have any gods than me. Okay? I think that was pretty easy to understand, right? Apparently not. Apparently not. Apparently not. We want to make our own constitution, man-made laws, and all that. We want to worship as we want. You tell me something. You think on the day of judgment that you're just going to say to Jesus, "Hey, Jesus, I want to worship the devil." Well, that's lake of fire. You're going to the lake of fire then, because God is the only one that gives us life. I'm going to be sad about this that I didn't do what I was set out to do today. They'll probably annoy me real for the rest of my life, and that's just how it is. I had tried to tell him the truth about Jesus. Didn't really seem to didn't really seem to work. It's not like it's not like I didn't tell him. So I tried the best that I could to tell him, but it just didn't really. I'm not sure he really. Yes, we're really different, I guess, me and my earthly father. We're really not the same on a lot of levels, pretty much. We had some differences for sure. Yeah. Anyway, um, and it's a long time since I actually saw him last time. I pretty much have kept to myself on many levels. Doesn't help in regards of my back pain either. Yeah, again, one problem after another. Just you go downhill. It's just how it is. Um, so how do I feel like how do I feel like how I am? Well, actually, it's really not good. Well, but I am alive. It's really surprising how much you can suffer before you die. That's really surprising. I would have thought I would already be dead, but apparently I'm still hanging on. And it's not like I'm totally gone. I'm still here. Anyway, but yeah, I'm somewhat surprised how problematic how yeah, and yeah. So anyway, specifically, they accept the prophecy of the Book of Revelation concerning the second coming. Isn't the second coming also saying in regards of seeing Jesus, in regards to this, yeah. Here we have, oh, that's in Danish. Why is my English version? Well, the English version would probably be nice when I'm talking English. Why did I put the English version? I'll be right back. Um, so, no, no. English version. I think it's in my living room. Yeah, I found it. Here we go. I don't know. It's going to bug me this in regards to the last. I should have tried it. It's just going to bug me the rest of my life, I guess. It would be nice with a miracle because then we could. I don't know. I just got in the church and I saw all this pagan bullshit, and seeing it going to I just didn't. I just I don't want to, in anything in regard. Of course, I'm dead and all that when I'm dead and all that. But why would I be put in the pagan bullshit building? What? This is disgusting. This Lutheran church. They don't even talk about the Antichrist anymore. The people don't know who the Antichrist. They don't want to listen to it. And even, we can sing some songs and blah 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 blah, right? And we can stand and look to the east like the pagans did. And we can have an idol like the pagans. Oh yeah, it might look like a guy on the cross and all that, but disgusting, utterly disgusting. Anyway, we had the book here, the English version and all that. We can go to the Book of Revelation. I just, Jesus told us to love Him more than family and whatever and all that, and I do understand why, because if you're following what your family are doing, well, then that just take you away from God. So let's see here. Let's see here. So for Elohim, that's in regards of gods, gave it into the heart to do his mind, to be of one mind, and to give their reign or kingdom to the beast until the words of God shall be accomplished. And the woman whom you saw is that great city having sovereignty over the sovereigns of the earth. Now, of course, the woman is the whole, that's Rome. But anyway, after this, I saw another messenger coming down from the heavens, or Shamaim, having great authority, and the earth was lightened from his esteem. And he cried with a mighty voice, saying, Babel, or Babylon, the great is fallen, and has become a dwelling place of demons, a haunt for every unclean spirit, and a haunt for every unclean and hated bird. By the way, unclean bird. Oh, did Jesus make every bird clean? Apparently, we have some unclean here in regards to unclean birds. Because all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her whoring, and the sovereigns, that was kings of the earth, have committed whoring with her as to worship the devil. Yeah. And the merchants of the earth have become rich through the power of her riches living. And I heard another voice from the heavens saying, Come out of her, my people, lest you share in her sins, and lest you receive of her plagues. Because the sins have piled up to reach the heavens, or Shamaim, and Elohim, or gods. Again, I don't know where they get the Elohim from, at least not the Greek, as far as I know. Anyway, and Elohim has remembered her unrighteousness, lawlessness, things that is bad. Render to her as she indeed rendered, and repay her double according to her works, in the cup which she has mixed for her double. As much as she has esteemed herself and lived luxuriously, so much torture and grief give to her, because in her heart she says, I sit as sovereigness, and I am not a widow, and I do not see mourning at all. As far as I understand it, you know, she believes she has a husband, but she doesn't really in regards of God. But anyway, maybe I'm wrong on that. But anyway, in regards of understanding how it. Anyway, we see where it's in regards of Jesus returning. There we go. See here. The second calling. I saw the heavens open, and there was a white horse, and he who sat on him was called trustworthy and true, and in righteousness he judges and fights. And his eyes were as flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, having a name that had been written which no one had perceived except himself. And having been dressed in a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of Jehovah, according to this translation anyway. The Word of Jehovah, of course, the Word of Jehovah would be Jesus Christ. And the armies in the heavens, dressed in the fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. And out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall shepherd them with a rod of iron. And he treads the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of El Shaddai, or God Almighty. And on his robe and his banner he has a name written, Sovereign of Sovereigns, or King of Kings, and Masters of Masters, or Lord of Lords. And I saw one messenger standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the birds that fly in mid air, in some sense, I guess, mid heavens, come and gather together for the supper of the great God of gods, to eat the flesh of kings and of sovereigns, and the flesh of commanders, and the flesh of strong ones, and the flesh of horses, and of those who sit on them, and the flesh of all people, free and slave, both small and great. You see, the second coming is going to be a pretty big bloodbath, because people have rejected the truth. And anyway, it's something that will be seen from, the sun going up to the sun going down in some sense. That's something everybody will know when Jesus returns. It will not be a secret coming. And I saw the beast and the sovereigns of the earth, and the beast that would be the first beast, and their armies gathered together to fight him, who sat on the horse and his army. And the beast was seized, and with him the false prophet, who worked signs in his presence, by which he lead astray those who receive the mark of the beast, and those who worship his image. The two were thrown alive into the lake of fire, burning with sulfur. Now, as far as I know, the beast, of course, the first beast is the papacy. The second beast, as far as I can see, it begins to add more and more up. I thought the Jesuits were part of the first beast, but it seems like they might be the second beast. In regards of signs and all that, it goes back to the Jesuits, not America. You don't see all you know, these signs and things from, and they are false prophet. Looks like the lamb, looks like lamb, but are not. Anyway, and the rest were killed with the sword which came from the mouth of him who sat on the horse, that would be Christ, and all the birds were killed with, and all the birds were filled with their flesh. And I saw a messenger coming down from the heavens, having the key to the pit of the deep and a great chain in his hand. And he seized the dragon, that would be Satan, the serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan. Well, I guess we pretty much got that covered then, and bound him for 1,000 years. So God is going to reign on this earth for 1,000 years. And he threw him into the, the SDA will say, well, Satan will roam around the earth for 1,000 years, and we will be in heaven and all that. Wait, what does the Bible says? And he threw him into the pit of the deep. Does that sound like he's roaming around the earth for 1,000 years? And shut him up and put a seal on him, so that he should lead the nations no more astray until the 1,000 years were ended. Wait. So he's put into a pit so he doesn't lead the nations astray. Sounds like the nations are still on earth, doesn't it? That's the failure of the Seventh-day Adventists, They have, it's just whole it's nonsense. They have truth, but they fix it with their bullshit, and they will stick to LNGY, which, as far as I know, a lot of these things they get directly from her. And instead of accepting the scriptures, some people, when I talk to, well, they read half of it in regards to the Bible and half of LNGY. Uh-huh. And then you just trust what she says. Yeah, because she had the spirit of prophecy in her and blah, 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 blah. So if you are going to point out things that is problematic in regards of LNGY, you are just of the devil. Like, for example, this doctrine of going direct, going to heaven afterwards, because that's not biblical, it's not historically. We know in regards of historically, because there's a curse on this thing from the Romanizers, that this is Jewish fables that was around from the beginning, in regards of which the Jews are still waiting the Messiah to set up his kingdom here on earth, because they know that prophecies about that Jesus didn't, fulfill all the prophecies and all that. So they rejected him as the Messiah, because, it couldn't be, because he's coming like the second time and actually fulfilling the rest, Yeah, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't, so all the things, if you're going to stand on truth and all that, you have to go where the truth leads you, leads you. And the SDA is just, I don't really want to do anymore, because no one want to listen to me anyway. And people just want to be deceived. And of course, it would have helped also, it would have been nice with a miracle as well. Um, it's done, I tried to tell him the truth multiple times. If he didn't get out of it, I have the conflict between good and evil and all that, in regards of the demons trying to keep people away and all that. I can't do much more. When you talk to people about these things, usually they don't want to have the truth. They don't want to listen to it. They just get away from me. They're like, go, let's talk about Christ Mass, all the bullshit traditions in Christ Mass. Let's fix some false gods up everywhere. I don't understand it. I really don't understand why you people would be hanging on to this bullshit. Of course, you don't want the truth, right? Hey, let's just go along to get along, and hey, it's traditions and it's cozy, right? Well, cozy traditions doesn't make it right. I guess it's also fun to do fornication, right? Doesn't make it okay. Yeah, it might feel good and all that. Doesn't make it okay to do fornication just because it feels good, okay? Like, come on. So it's cozy to do Christ Mass. Yeah, like the festivals of God couldn't be fun to do and cozy and enjoying enjoyment and all that. Good? No, no, no. That's just awful to keep the festivals of God. Let's keep the pagan New Year of Janus, right? That looks in both directions. The Roman false god of that, right? And then, of course, we have all the, pagan traditions according to, that's all paganism. But let's just continue to keep that. What a splendid bullshit idea. But that's what people want. That's what people want. Uh, you know? Yeah, anyway. Uh, yeah, just feeling like, it's not like, yeah, it's just, yeah. So anyway, so let's see here what it says. And he threw him into the pit of the deep and shut him up and put a seal on him so that he should lead the nations no more astray until the 1,000 years were ended. So what is happening? Jesus is coming back. He, trashes the people that goes along with the Antichrist. The Antichrist is cast into the lake of fire, the man with the number 666. Oh, the beast of the number 666. And thus many people representing him. It's a dynasty of men representing the Roman beast, the little horn of the book of Daniel that thinks to change times and laws. And hey, and by the way, persecutes the saints. But if he thinks to change the festivals and laws of God, maybe those festivals and laws are still in effect, right? How can you think to change something if it's not valid anymore anyway? If the law of God is not valid in regards to the festivals founded in and all that, how can the Antichrist think to change times and laws? Doesn't make, and times is in regards to the festivals, and laws in regards to the law of Jehovah. By the way, who removed the second commandment from the 10 Commandments? Oh, the Antichrist. And then he chopped up the last commandment and all that. And the Lutherans still, went for that instead of going for the Bible. Even if Luther translated the whole Bible, he still went for the Roman. He healed some road from Satan, but he stopped at some point. And actually, we can thank Andreas Karlstadt for a lot of the things in regards of. But we don't know much about him. Anyway, and I saw thrones, and they sat on them. At least we got the Bible to read, at least. But there's like stopping to heal road from Satan. And by the way, in regards to the festivals, as far as I can see from history and all that, because at least in regards to Passover, we have Passover being kept according to the Bible in Asia Minor. That's the area, by the way, that rejected Paulus. And that's the area that Jesus himself was writing by the hand of John to the 7 congregations in Asia Minor. That's now the Turkey and all that. They rejected Paulus, Roman Pharisaic Paulus. And they kept the festivals going back to John and Philip, the apostles. Oh, yeah, it's interesting. This letter we have from them, they don't mention the great apostle Paulus, right? We have Polygratus writing to the bishop of Victor that then went on excommunicate them in the 2nd century. Now, why would Polygratus not mention the great apostle Paulus? Or maybe they knew something in regards to this guy, and maybe they had rejected him. But he mentions Apostle John and Apostle Philip, and that they have kept and put away the leaven, like going back to the apostles. That's a pretty good testimonies in regards of they were keeping the festivals, and we know they were keeping a lot of other festivals because we have the Romanizers documents attacking the Judaizers on the festivals and then promoting their own Roman garbage, like John Chrysostom and all that again. Incredible. Anyway, and after that, and by the way, in regards to the false prophet, we see the Jesuits. Those are the where they have preterist and futurism and all that to get people away from who the Antichrist is. That any Protestant knew who the Antichrist is. So who is really the false prophet? As far as I can see, it goes back to the Jesuits, and then the Jesuits got the as like you're reading the book of Revelation, and that's what is happening in history that the Jesuits was giving the rule and dominion from the first beast. And what are the Jesuits doing? They're making the whole world worship the first beast. Like, they look like sheep, but they speak like dragon, like the devil, They have all these, they have the demons to help them to make these signs and wonders and whatnot and all that nonsense. Anyway, spiritual things and all that. So looking at America as the SDA says, it's the American and all that. I think they got. And the more I study in regards to the Jesuits, the more I think that might be wrong. But what is really the in regards to the false prophet in regards to the U.S.? Well, I guess but it seems more like that it might actually be one of the horns on the beast itself, because as far as I understand, they control America and Europe by the 38-degree Freemason on one on this level and on one on this level, and the top 39 Freemason, according to this bishop, a French bishop that I still would like to have translated all his things in regards to the lecture and see if he actually has more and all that. But in any case, he says that there's a Freemason in North America, a Freemason in Europe that rules, runs these things. And then the Jesuit general is at the top in regards of being the level 39. So you get to a specific point in regards of Freemasonry after 33, I think it was, and the bishop talks about that after that, they're pretty much Roman Catholics at that point. They're of course devil worshippers because we know, of course, Freemasonry, are devil worshippers. They are told to level 30, 31, 32, 33, I think it is. That's where they can come into this knowledge that they're actually worshiping the devil and not, whatever they think. So, hey, did Jesus say we shouldn't take any oath? Oh, yeah. How many oaths did you take if you're a Freemason? Yeah, get out of that bullshit satanic system, And we have 150 apparently Freemasons in the churches. It's all compromised. They're controlling everything. And by the way, who are the Freemasons? Oh, they're the Templars, the Knights of Templars. Who controls the Knights of Templars? Who did control the Knights of Templars in the past? Who was above them? Who gave them authority? Oh, couldn't be the Antichrist, could it? Yeah, it could. Knights of Columbus, Knights of Malta, all these secret societies out there and all that, all controlled in regards of the new Roman world order that the Jesuits are forming throughout many. The thing is, you people don't want to know about it. It doesn't matter, I can't even get you people to listen. There's just so few people that wants the truth. And it will only become more visible as time goes. And of course, we're censored, and this is really bad. This is really bad how wicked this world is. Well, I'm going to continue speaking the truth as the best of my ability. I can only try the best that I can to stand on truth, even if I'm really, really, you know, I've just touched the top of the iceberg. It's a huge amount of underneath the water, you know. It took me so many years to get at this point. You guys can pick it up and move forward from that specific point that I'm reached to. And then just move along, you know, get into it. We have lots of books on the subject. We have the Bible as well, you know. Bible, history, Protestant books, you know. Flee from the devil and turn to God. Anyway, and I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgments was given to them, and the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the. You know, it's interesting. You know, looking at the mirror. You know, when thinking about my earthly father here and all that, and I must say, you know, looking in the mirror, I can see the resemblance of things. You know, um, although you know, still different, but you know, I guess you know, yeah, whatever, whatever, And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgments was given to them, and the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yeshua, and because of the word of Jehovah, and who did not. Okay, so no, maybe that's true. So put a seal on him, so that he, you know, the devil should lead the nations no more astray until the 1,000 years were ended. So we're going to have 1,000 year reign on earth where Jesus is reigning. And after that, he has to be released for a little while. So after those 1,000 years of reign where God is ruling, that is the fifth kingdom in some sense. You have the four beasts in the book of Daniel, and then you have the man who's, you know, who is destroying the statue and all that. So that would be the fifth kingdom, that is going to be God's heavenly kingdom here on earth. Anyway, so when I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them, and the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yeshua. So those lives who had been chopped off the head, and because of the word of of Jehovah, and who did not worship the beast. So we have someone not worshiping the beast, nor his image. He has an image, and of course the false prophet makes this image, which of course I think is still a future event, as far as I can gather. And we will know who the false prophet is when that image is made. I don't think it will be the U.S. president that will make this. I think it will be the Jesuit general that will be making this. I think that will be, well, we'll have to see. You know, I don't have all the pieces, but it just, you know, if you're going to take the U.S. as the false prophet, it just doesn't seem to be totally. You know, when you then look at the Jesuits, you know, which I would have thought would actually be part of the first beast. But then you just have so many things that just seems to be fitting for the Jesuits. Um, and of course, the Jesuits are also told to be a beast that is, you know, compared to water, where the first beast is coming up in regards to the waters and all that. Then we have the second beast that is not, you know, it's secrecy. You know that it's not coming up amongst the people. It's secret in its form, and I think that might actually be what they, because people will say, well, you know, over in the America and all that. That's why it's talked about. You know, but there were still people there. You know, there were still people over there, and so I think we're talking about, you know, waters are fixed as people. The Jesuits are in the secret, you know. They're in the people don't even know who the Jesuits are, many of them. They are in the secret and not to be seen, you know. Whereas the white poop is put in front and in the world. So, and I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them at the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yeshua, and because of the word of Jehovah, and who did not worship the beast, nor his image, and did not receive the mark upon their forehead or upon their hands. So they didn't receive the mark upon their forehead or upon their hands. Wow, it's really tough now. Um, I can feel it's not. It's moving upward and downward in regards to my emotional state. I feel so bad that I didn't get to try and see if we could get a miracle out of it. I don't know why they didn't have the box open either, it was just closed coffin. Yeah. I don't understand why we just wanna cling to all the bullshit. We say we're a Christian nation, and we know things are wrong. Well, but we just push it away. It's I cannot do anything now. It's it's over. It is over. It's weird. It is weird. I guess it will probably really, at least I had a chance beforehand. Now there's no hope. Absolutely no hope. I don't have any hope anymore in regards to he's gone. He's gone. Um, it's just done. It's weird. A lot of people die. A lot of people die. I guess, yeah, those two, and then that one and that one. We have a good amount of people that have, you know, that I, recall dying and all that. I just, that's the way we're going, and we never know when it ends. And I guess I'm lacking the faith to stand up for, if we had a miracle, it would have helped a lot in this nation because, what I did, I didn't do it. I didn't even, I couldn't get myself to do it. I just couldn't push me to the point. Um, I should, I shouldn't care but it doesn't matter what people think because people think, they think a lot of things and they are also wrong on a lot of things. I don't understand why so many things, but you know, in regards to calling the doctor and trying to see if we could actually maybe try it, he might have been alive. If I might have tried it today, who knows? Maybe that would have been a miracle. Who knows? Didn't work last time, but hey, there was more people, so maybe this time, God would have fixed a miracle. I don't know. But whatever the case, now it's done. It's over. It's just over. It just we don't want the truth. We still don't want the truth. We can see that we're going into the grave, and yet we don't want the truth. Many people don't believe in Jesus. Now I'm not going to just throw away Jesus just because I failed and because you didn't. Clearly the things that we're doing are pagan traditions. And clearly we should stop doing it. Why would we do something like that in regards to pagan traditions? I don't understand. Anyway, and because of the word of Jehovah, and who did not worship the beast nor his image, and did not receive his mark upon their forehead or upon their hands, and they lived and reigned with Mashiach for 1,000 years. Where did they live? In the heavens? No, on the earth. And the SDA will say the Seventh-day Adventist was, it's in the heavens. I'm just sick and tired of liars. I'm just and Satan will run around and regard what bullshit. You just look at what the Bible says. No, but we'll take Ellen G. White stuff and put it over the Bible and all that, and we know she's speaking the truth. But what can you do about that? I talked to one of these Seventh-day Adventists. That was last week or something like that. I was trying in regards of the. Where do we have that? Do I have it? I have this thing that they, I've seen a lot of that material and all that. They have this thing. That's a bison. That's in regards to the false prophet and all that they fix as a bison because they will say, well, John didn't really know what he saw and just looked like and with two horns and all that. So that's what he saw. I do wonder where they get this idea. So anyway, I talked to them, tried to talk to them in regards of, hey, I just want to know. But instead of just telling it, just honestly, hey, where do you get this from that the false prophet is a bison? When the book of Revelation says it's a lamb, lamb-like, but talks like a dragon, It looks like a lamb, but yet it speaks like a dragon. How can you get that to a bison, And then, of course, you have the U.S. where they think that's the U.S. that represents this false prophet and all that. I'm not, it has to be the most slick thing that is out there in regards of things, the SDA. It's really, they have truth, and then they mix it up with that nonsense, and 1844 and all that, and 1843 and all that. Yeah, give me a break. Anyway, but they have a lot of truth in regards to the Jesuits and all that. But I just want to know, where do you get this from? Maybe they get it from that book in regards to I try to ask some questions, in regards of these things, this and that and all that. Just tell me, tell me, they just, then I got like one of the guys, I saw him, yeah, we take one subject at a time and blah, 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 blah. I'm just asking, just like, did Ellen G. White believe that Jesus was executed on a Friday? It's like, then he makes like a huge thing in regards to that subject, and then he ends up with, and yeah, Ellen G. White believes that, but that's not really the reason why we believe. Just tell me, you don't need to go around corners and all that. You just tell me, where do you get that doctrine? Where do you get that from? Like, anyway, I don't believe that Yeshua was executed on a Friday. I think he was executed on a Wednesday. Now, of course, that's not going to be in regards of a salvation issue as such, because, as long as we believe that he was dead and resurrected and all that, but all the puzzle pieces that I've done, in regards of, you can see behind me no, maybe you can't, but the quality is very bad on this camera, apparently. But I was looking into it, and as far as I can see, it must be Wednesday. Now, who knows? I might be wrong, but that's the best that I can do by the research that I've done. I haven't read any Ellen G. White. I just used the Bible and all that to try to figure that out. Anyway, but hey, whatever. 3 days and 3 nights from Friday to Sunday morning. Are you insane? It's like three skyscrapers and 2 airplanes, right? It's like 3 days and 3 nights. How much is I have Jewish sources in regards to what how long do you think 3 days and 3 nights is? Well, 3 days and 3 nights or 3 days and 3 nights, 72 hours. Yeah, I thought so. I thought you would say that, and then you have the rest of the people, trying to tell me that, yeah. And by the way, the grave was found empty in regards of Sunday morning, which is the first day of the week, by the way. It's interesting how people know that the Sabbath is on Saturday, in regards of using that as an argument to say that it has to be Friday because there's a Sabbath. the day after. Yeah. Then they know when the Sabbath is. By the way, Passover being a being a Sabbath in itself can be on any other day. Now, of course, I was told by one of these SDA that he would need some evidence for that and all that. Well, maybe it's because we're not keeping these festivals that you do not know because you SDA don't want to keep these festivals, right? Because they have been cast aside apparently. Really? Okay, that's not historical and it's not biblical. It's incredible. Anyway, Jesus was keeping those festivals. Maybe we are disciples of him. Maybe we should do the same. Uh, maybe we shouldn't keep the festivals of the devil. Just don't do as the pagans. Oh, let's just cast some Christian glimmer on it and remove those festivals found in the Bible and just keep those. It's going to be some um, somewhat tough time. I don't know. Uh, it's 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 done. And now you think about what could you have done differently and all that. I know it didn't really in the last part. I didn't really didn't. I guess that's pretty much. I don't usually go along with my um, with anybody. I guess in regards to family things and all. So I didn't really visit much. So yeah, it's So I don't even recall when I last saw him. Um, I guess I'd probably been at that place. I probably got suicide thoughts or something like that again. I don't know. It's just not. I just usually didn't really go along. I didn't really want to go up over there because I usually didn't. I just usually got into a bad bad thing of things. Uh, um, so yeah. Um, there's a lot of things that I should. I'm not really social. Well, that depends, of course, in regards of the circumstances. I guess some actually believe I'm pretty. In regards to the hostels and all that, that's pretty good. In regards to being pretty outwardly, they were actually surprised that a Danish person would be so outwardly. Was yeah, that was also pretty tough in regards to the second time, because of the T-shirt and all that. Then but that's good to get this word out there, and I still need to actually fix a T-shirt so I can also in Denmark. But actually, it seems like it's worse in Denmark than in Israel. At least people understand that there is a God, most of it, and accept that people believe that there is a God. In Denmark, not so much. Not so much. So it's not like I know if he wanted to see me, it's not like he couldn't just have come by. Anyway, um, so whatever. Anyway, and I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them, and the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yeshua and because of the word of Jehovah, and who did not worship the beast nor his image, and did not receive his mark upon the foreheads or upon the hands. I think most of the world will follow the beast. And when things comes that you cannot buy anything and all that, seems like most of the world is already ready to. Anyway, and they lived and reigned with the Mashiach or Christ for 1,000 years. Yeah, he will reign from Jerusalem, the nations of the world. Anyway, and the rest of the dead, do we have you have Jerusalem coming down, the New Jerusalem at the end of the 1,000 years as well. Um, and they lived and reigned with the Mashiach for 1,000 years. And the rest of the dead did not come to life or die until the 1,000 years were ended. Until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. So, and the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. So, we have the first resurrection and we have the second resurrection. Baruch, or blessed and holy, is the one having part in the first resurrection. The second death possesses no authority over these, but they shall be priests or Kohanim of Jehovah and of the Mashiach, Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. And when the 1,000 years have ended, Satan shall be released from his prison. So here we see that Satan is in prison for 1,000 years in regards to the pit and all that. And he shall go out to lead. So where is he going out to? He's going out to lead the nation astray, which are in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. So after Christ have reigned for 1,000 years on earth and all that, Satan will be released for a short time. He will gather people and deceive them one last time. And they came up over the breadth of the earth and surrounded the camp of the holy, Kodeshim, the holies, and the beloved city. I do wonder what could that beloved city be? Maybe Jerusalem. And fire came down from the gods out of the Shamayim. I don't know, Elohim, at least that's plural. I don't know where they get that from, but anyway, out of the Shamayim, the heavens, and consumed them. So that's like, I guess, in regards of Sodom and Gomorrah, you have God standing on earth, letting it rain fire and brimstone from Jehovah in the heavens, down on the cities and all that. And the devil who lead them astray was thrown into the lake of fire. So here the devil is cast into the lake of fire at that point. And sulfur where the beast, so into the lake of fire and sulfur, sorry, in regards to the lake of fire, lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tortured day and night forever and ever. I don't know how that's going to function because, in regards of perish, your second death is in regards of perish, and no more and all that. So I don't know how that will work out. And I saw a great white throne and him who was sitting on it, from whose face the earth and the heavens fled away, and no place was found for them. And no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before the throne, and books were opened, and another book was opened, which is life, and the dead were judged from what was written in the books according to their works. According to their works. What works could that be? Well, good works, bad works? Yeah. And the sea gave up the dead. I guess the sea might be in regards of those still living in some sense. I'm not, if it has to be symbolic, I'm not sure. But of the sea, but that could be the, those, representing people gave up the dead, gave up those that are, So we have, if I'm going to take this, let's see here. And I saw a great white throne and him who was sitting on it, from whose face the earth and the heavens fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead and great. Oh, sorry. And saw the dead, small and great. So these small and great in regards of the smallest of the people and the greatest of the people, and rank and all that, but they are dead. Um, Standing before the throne, and books were open, and another book was open, which is life, and that would be the book of the Lamb. And the dead were judged from what was written in the books according to their works. And then so that would be, as far as I can see, we have the people in the underworld being resurrected to, if they're not in the book of life, they will be judged by their works, and thereby they will be cast into the lake of fire if their name is not in the Lamb of the book, the book of the Lamb. Anyway, and the sea, which would be peoples, as far as I understand it, that's usually waters represent people. So I would think that would be the people that is still there. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it, who was in regards to waters and all that. And death and the grave gave up the dead who were in them, and they were judged, each one according to his works. So the books, in regards to their works, will judge them, and if their name is not found in the book of life, um, they will be cast into the lake of fire. That is the second death. Anyway, okay. And the death and the grave were thrown. So they were judged, each one according to his works, and the dead, and I guess maybe and death, maybe I don't know in regards of the dead. I don't know. Maybe it's but I think in the Danish version it's like it's just death. But anyway, and the death, or and death, and the grave, and the grave would be in regards of the underworld. I'm not sure. I think it's Hades. I'm not sure. Maybe not. At least it's translated as grave here. But I would think it. Maybe I could actually look in the Danish. That's not always in regards of translations and all that. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird to think, he's gone. I can't even call him up and say hello. He's just gone, done away. That's weird. But I guess that's the way it is. It is as the way it is. It's not going to change. Yeah, it's in the Danish. It says death and the realm of the dead, or the underworld. They called it the realm of the dead. Is cast into the lake of fire, in the Danish, and that's the second death. Yeah. So, and if let's see here, and the death and so that would be like, and death and the underworld were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death, and that's where both body and soul perish. So I'm not sure in regards of the how the beast and all that, and Satan and all that. But anyway, the grave, or the underworld, which I think is translated Hades, if I recall correctly in the Greek. Hades is cast at that point. Is cast into the lake of fire. So there is no underworld at that point. See, when we die, we go to the underworld. But at that point, the underworld will be destroyed in the lake of fire. And yet you have a lot of mix max in, because people use the word hell. And some people, it just totally mingles it in. It's just nonsense to use the word hell. Anyway, because it makes so much confusion. We have two entities. We have the lake of fire and we have the underworld. Okay? And the underworld is cast into the lake of fire at the end. And then death is no more. Paradise restored, Anyway, and if anyone was not found written in the book of life, now the book of life is the book of the Lamb, he was thrown into the lake of fire. It doesn't matter how much good you have done, if you are not in that book of the Lamb, even if you have huge amount of, goodies and all that, but you most likely have done something bad anyway, right? At some point. And if your name is not written in the book of the Lamb, it's done. It's done. You're still cast into the lake of fire. Not to say that it's bad to do good things, but if you are not in the book of the Lamb, it is done. You're done away. You really need to, it's really important to be in the book of life, And that's the book of the Lamb. That's the book of the Lamb. If you're not found in the book of the Lamb, we're done. Anyway, it goes on, and so after this, and if anyone was not found written in the book of life, which is the book of the Lamb, he was thrown into the lake of fire. And I saw a renewed heaven, so there's a new heaven and a renewed earth. So we have heavens and a new earth. For the former heavens and the former earth had passed away, and the sea is no more. In regards of sea, I do wonder if that would be taken, how that would be taken overall in regards, because usually, you would think that the sea, in regards of no sea, it seems like, is this to be taken literally or not, in regards, because we do have a sea, right, out there in the world now. So maybe the sea will not be in the future. I don't know, or maybe it's talking about this form of I don't know. It's a little hard to figure out. And the sea is no more. Again, it could be literally at that the sea will be no more. You have like a place where it says like, and then it mentions it again, like, and it's like, it must be symbolic then from the first time, because if it goes away the first time and yet we have from the second time, at least there's something wrong. There's something there that doesn't seem to match up. So, and I, Yochanan, saw the Kodesh city, renewed Jerusalem. So this is Jerusalem coming down out of the heavens from the gods, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. So that's the new Jerusalem coming down at that point. And I heard a loud voice from the heavens saying, "See, the booth of the Elohim is with the men." Yeah, like in regards to the festival of booth and all that. So I guess, but we don't keep that either, pretty much. So we don't. And he shall dwell with them. So God shall dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and the gods himself shall be with them and be their gods. Again, they use the plural form here of the Hebrew, and the gods shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death. So no more death. There's no more death. There's no mourning, no crying, and there shall be no more pain, for the former has passed away. So all these things have passed away at that point. We have a new world. We have death being done away with. We have paradise restored. We have God ruling. And he who was sitting on the throne said, "See, I make all new." And he said to me, "Write, for these words are true and trustworthy." And he said to me, "It is done. I am the Aleph and the Tav, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the one who thirsts, I shall give of the fountain of water of life without payment. The one who overcomes shall inherit all this, and I shall be his God, and he shall be my son. But as for the cowardly and untrustworthy and abominable and murderers and those who whore and drug sorcerers and idolaters and all the false, their part is in the lake which burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Here we go again with the second death. I do wonder, do we have like a second death? So here we go with the second death again. So you have the first death and you have the second death, okay? If you're not reborn by the spirit, you have the you're going to die twice. At least people could be honest in regards to the Bible. You might not believe it and all that, but running along with the bullshit and all that, at least let's keep to what the Bible actually says. A lot of people you know, have some real problems with that. So this is the second death. Let's just fix that as well, so I can see that with green marker thing here. So we get it told twice in regards to the second death. So here we also are told in regards of, but as for the cowardly, now, people will say, well, there's only 4 commandments for Christians to keep and all that. The rest is just, whatever. Well, if that's true, and by the way, we're not even keeping those 4 commandments that we are told to keep, But if that's true, how is it that the Bible talks about, but as for the cowardly and untrustworthy and abominable and murderers? Oh, murderers. Oh, by the way, murder is not part of the 4 commandments being told to the Gentiles, right? No. The 4 commandments in the book of Acts that is told to the Gentiles to be necessary, which we don't even keep today, in regards of not worshiping idols and eating, defiled food, so in regards of sacrifice food to a false god and all that, we do that in this nation, and most of the Western nations are doing that. It's called halal meat, and just because it doesn't say halal on the package doesn't mean it couldn't be halal slaughtered, because they just mix it together, because that's just what they do, because they think it's the same. Now, and then there are sexual sins. That's number 4, because that could be taken both spiritual and fleshly. Then we have not to drink any blood or eat any blood, eat or drink any blood, And we have one more, which I tend to. Not strangle a beast, but of course that would be in some sense in regards to the blood. So not to strangle something and eat it, And as I understand it, that's if you strangle a beast, then the blood would be still in the animal, and we're not allowed to eat this blood. Okay. So maybe you could actually say that that's only in some sense 3 commands, but in any case, we're not even keeping those 3. And then of course Moses is told every Sabbath. So as far as I can see, there was just the beginning in regards of the new Gentiles believing in Jesus and all that. Hey, if you do these things, you are doing pretty good, And then listen to the words of Moses and go along, from there. It's Jesus who saves, wherever you are and all that. But the idea is to be disciples of Jesus, right? Anyway. So, but as for the cowardly and untrustworthy and the abominable and murderers, that would be what commandment is that? 6th commandment. And those who whore, must be in regards about adultery, pretty much. It could be both in regards of physical and spiritual and all that. And drug sorcerers, they right here, drug sorcerers. I don't know if that's, but I guess, who knows? Maybe that's, at least that's in the occult in regards to doing all these things. And idolaters? Oh, wait. Did we have any of those 4 commandments telling us that we shouldn't, bow down to, I didn't really say anything about that. Can we then do it? Absolutely not. Because of course that's worshiping the devil. And all the false do we have a lot of falsehood? Yeah, we have all the traditions, right? That part is in the lake which burns with fire and sulfur. The part is in the lake which burns. And so this is in regards of, could it be more? Their part is in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone. That's one more place it talks about things here. How's here? That's in regards of the city of the new city. And there shall be no means enter into it, whatever is unclean, neither anyone doing abomination and falsehood. Here we go with the falsehood again. But only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life. Is there not anything else? And I saw no Mishkan. I think that might be the temple for Jehovah. God Almighty is the temple and the Lamb. So here we have God and the Lamb. So we have the river of water of life coming from the throne of Jehovah and the Lamb. And no longer shall there be any curse. No curse anymore. So in regards of, and the leaves of the tree were for healing of the nations. And here it says he's coming speedily and all that. See here. But I thought we had maybe, let's see here if we can find the other one here. If we have the last, it's not really in good condition anymore. Um, as in recur, as in regards of that, yeah. Do we have it one more? He also talks about in regards of giving us according to our works, So clearly there's some works, that we can do. Of course, then people will say, oh, well, there's no this and that. And here we go with the second time. That's number 16. Okay, here we go. Okay, so blessed are those, Baruch are those doing his commands, plural commands, so that the authority shall be theirs unto the tree of life, a tree of rye, of ray, rye as a life, and to enter through the gates into the city. I don't understand it, but outside are the dogs and those who enchant. And I wouldn't think there would be anyone left at that point, so I don't understand why that would be. Who enchant with drugs and those who whore and the murderers and the idolaters and all who love and do falsehood. So here we have again these commandments that many of them would, many Christians would say, well, that doesn't matter anymore. Well, so who enchant with drugs and those who whore and the murderers and the idolaters and all who love and do falsehood. All who love and do falsehood. So loving and, loving the lies and do falsehood and all that. I think that will probably be also in regards to the festivals that we are now keeping in. Yeah. And I, Yochanan, saw and heard these, and when I heard and saw, I fell down to worship before the feet of the messenger who showed me these. And he said to me, see, do not, for I am your fellow servant and of your brothers, the prophets, and of those who are guarding the words of this book, worship Jehovah. And he said to me, do not seal the words of the prophecy. So do not seal the words of the prophecy of this book, because the time is near. Of course, the book of Daniel was sealed in regards to the end time or something, some of the things that was sealed and that people would understand at the time of the end. He who does wrong, let him do more wrong, and he who is filthy, let him be more filthy. He who is righteous, let him be more righteous, and he who is kodesh, holy, let him be more holy. And see, I'm coming speedily, and my reward is with me to give to each according to his word. So, in regards, I'm Aleph and Tav. So, and see, I'm coming speedily. That must be God talking. And my reward is with me to give to each according to his work. And again, now we'll go with the work. Now, according to the work. Um, so yeah, and the Ruach, or the Spirit, and the bride say, come. And the Ruach would be the Spirit, and the bride, of course, would be the Christians. Say, come, and he who hears, let him come. Let He who hears, let him say, come, and he who thirsts, come, and he who desires it, take the water of life without pay. For I witness to everyone hearing the words of the prophecy of this book in Nevuah. If anyone adds to them, Jehovah shall add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of this book, of this prophecy, Jehovah shall take away his part from the book of life, shall take away his part in the book of life, and out of the holy city which are written in this book. He that bear witness of these says, yes, I'm coming speedily. Amen. Yes, come, Lord Yeshua, the favor, Adonai, Yeshua, the favor of our Adon, Yeshua HaMashiach, be with the Kodeshim. Amen. Got that. So the favor of our Lord Yeshua, the Christ, be with the holy ones. Amen. Something like that. So I don't. Oh, yeah, no. I don't know. Of course, we have in regards to the whole. Let us be glad and rejoice and give him praise, for the marriage of the Lamb has come, and his wife prepared herself. And to her it was given to be dressed in fine linen, clean and bright, for the fine linen is the righteousness of the holy ones. And he said to me, right, blessed are those who have been called to the marriage supper of the Lamb. The marriage supper of the Lamb, and so I guess I'm not sure if that's in regards to the first resurrection. And he said to me, these are the true words of God, or Elohim, or God's. And I fell at his feet to worship him, but he said to me, see, do not. I'm your fellow servant and of your brothers who possess the witness. There we go. And of your brothers who possess the witnesses of Yeshua, worship Jehovah. For the witness of Yeshua is the spirit of prophecy. Here we go, by the way, in regards to the spirit of prophecy. The seven Adventists will say the spirit of prophecy in regards of Ellen G. White and all that. Well, for the witness of Yeshua is the spirit of prophecy in regards of Jesus Christ. And then, and I saw the Shamaim of the heavens open, and there was a white horse, and he who sat on him was called trustworthy and true, and in righteousness he judges and fights, and his eyes were as a flame of fire. And that was in regards to Jesus Christ coming and all that. That is in regards to where he's coming back. Yeah. So we have let's see. For your merchants were the great ones of the earth, for by your drug sorcery all the nations were led astray, and in her was found the blood of the prophets and the holy ones, and of all who were slain on the earth. Of all who were slain on the earth. I wonder who would that be, you know? Rome, Rome, Rome. You bow down the bloody stream. Maybe? Merrily, 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 oh, we go along. Yeah. We have the mystery Babylon upon her forehead, a name written, a secret. Mystery Babylon the Great. Apparently, there's only Babel the Great here, but as far as I recall, it's like Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of whores and of the abominations of the earth. I wonder who she could be. Rome, 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 you bow gently down the bloody stream. Anyway. So let's see, there's 17. And one of the seven messengers who had the seven bowls came and spoke with me, saying to me, Come, I shall show you the judgment of the great horse sitting on many waters, but whom the kings or the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring. So the kings of the earth committed whoring, and the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. And he carried me away in the ruach or the spirit into the wilderness. And I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast covered with the names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was dressed in purple and scarlet. Ooh. I have one of these Roman Catholics singing one of those Christian songs, and she's standing in purple and scarlet, standing in the Roman Catholic Maniac Institution church with pearls and whatever. It's like how much more obvious do they need to make it? And adorned with gold and precious pearls. So yeah, those gold and precious pearls, and pearls holding. She didn't have a cup in her hand as far as I recall, but it's nearly. It's just. And this girl is singing, a beautiful song in some sense, and standing there in the Roman Catholic whorehouse in purple and scarlet, and if I recall correctly, adorned with gold, and she had pearls as well. Although she's not holding a golden cup filled with abominations and the filthiness of her whoring, um, that might have been too obvious, maybe if you were standing with such thing. But I was like looking at it, I was like, she has the colors purple and scarlet, and there's gold and precious, a necklace with pearls and all that, stones and pearls. And I'm like, just weird that anyone would just take those colors and those symbols, and maybe because they know then who they are. And we have the secret of the woman and of the beast she rides, which has the 7 heads and the 10 horns. The beast that you saw was and is not and is about to come up out of the pit and goes to destruction. So the beast that you saw was and is not. So it was and is not and is about to come up out of the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. And of course, it's destroyed when Jesus is returning. It's still not destroyed, it's still a fact. And those dwelling on the earth whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world. So names are not written in the book of life from the whereas in regards to the book of the Lamb, would be nice to see if we could. It's written somewhere in regards to the book of the Lamb. And those dwelling on the earth whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world shall marvel when they see the beast that was and is not and yet is. So they shall marvel. Here's, and of course that's different than Christ, who was and is yet to come. So the beast is like was and is not and yet is, you know. So it's something that is, but and was in the past, and is not. It's not going to be something that continue. It's going to be ruined and destroyed. So here's the mind having wisdom. The seven heads are seven mountains in which the woman sits. So she's sitting on all the seven mountains, all the seven kingdoms, and there are seven sovereigns. Five have fallen, and one is. As far as I can gather, we're talking about Rome here because we only have we have the last beast that is Roman, so we know we are in the period of Rome, and then we have this beast. We have five have fallen, and one is, and then one is, and the other has not yet come. Now, the next one must also be in Roman in nature. So that would be one is that's number six, and the next one is Roman. And the next one, the last one, is Roman in nature as well. So the beast, as far as I can see from prophecy and all that, this has to be talking about, you know, different Roman sovereigns that has been there. We're starting with a kingdom, and then goes forward in regards to different ways. And now at the point of Christ, there has five has fallen and one is. I don't know enough Roman history to get all the pieces together here, but um, if we're going to follow the Bible in regards to understanding things and all that, those seven mountains are seven kingdoms on which the woman sits, and the woman is a city, so it has to be in regards, and she's sitting on all of them. And if we actually look in history, the Pontifex Maximus, the high pagan priest of Rome, was already there at the time of the kingdom, which fits in regards of the woman, which is also a whore, is riding the beast. Um, from the very beginning, all the seven heads. So, and there are seven sovereigns, five have fallen, and one is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. As far as I understand that seems to be the dukes. You see, you have the Caesars when, at the time of John writing this, you had the Caesars. And after the Caesars, you had the dukes for a short time, and then you had the beast rising up. So who is the beast? The papacy, the Roman papacy. Who is Caesar? Well, the Roman papacy. Who is the Roman king? Well, the papacy. Who is the high pagan priest of sun worship? SUN? The papacy. Who is gathering around in regards of ecumenical bullshit, nonsense, diabolical, the papacy. Where does all roads leads to? Well, Rome. Anyway, we have all these things and all that. So if we're going to, as far as I can see, the Dukes were there for a short time. The Dukes was there, and not very long. So that would fit in regards to. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. So, and one is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. And the beast that was and is not is himself the eight. So you have the Caesars moving, going on forward and all that. And then you have the dukes, which would be the seven head. And then you had the eight, which is one of the seven. Um, so, and that would be the beast itself. Now, how all these in regards of being one of the heads and all that, um, we have Caesar. If you look for Caesar, that's the papacy. Yeah, anyway. But that's so where does all roads leads to? Well, the papacy, Rome and the papacy. So and remember that all the whole is right, sitting on those all those yeah. Um the seven heads are seven mountains in which the woman sits. So he's sitting all these heads and mountains. Let's see. See here. And the messenger said to me, "Why did you marvel? Let me explain to no, no, see if we can find her again in regards of what she does if he's." And one of the seven messengers who had the seven bowls came and spoke with me, saying to me, "Come, I shall show you the judgment of the great horse sitting on many waters." She's sitting on many waters, and waters represents people, with whom the sovereigns, the kings of the earth, committed whoring, and the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. And he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast covered with names of blasphemy. So where is she sitting? She's sitting on the seven heads. We get this, you know, if we go from there in regards of, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast covered with names of blasphemy. So she's sitting on this beast. And here we go with uh, the seven heads are seven mountains on which the woman sits. So we're told that she's sitting on the beast, and she's sitting on those seven heads. So if you get all these heads, she's sitting on all those seven heads. She's sitting on those heads. She's not sitting on the beast down here. She's sitting on the heads. On top of the heads, if you had like seven heads like this, well, that would only be five. But see here, I have like, okay, so we have like this. No, that doesn't work. But anyway, imagine there are seven heads here. She's sitting on them, on these seven heads, on top of the heads. Okay, so she's there, all seven. She's there. Anyway, so she's there from the very beginning, and of course that seems to be fit. The Rome, Rome, Rome. We know from the book of Daniel that it's the Roman beast that is there at this point. And then we have the little horn that persecutes the saints and thinks to change times and laws and all that. Again, fits like a glove, hand in a glove. It fits. Oh my, it's sad. Anyway, what a waste I am. Whatever, whatever. Let's move. I'm going the same way. We're all going to die. Let's make a run for it before we, in regards of doing the right things and all that. So it's just interesting when Dave Hahn he says a woman rides the beast, and the SDA will say that the woman steers this beast. No, 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 no. She's sitting on the authority of the beast, the authority which the devil have given the beast, and she's sitting on it. At some point, she will be, taken out. But the beast still continues. You see, the Roman beast still continues. It will not go away. And then people will say, "Oh, maybe this and that and all that. Oh, it's Jews and blah, blah, blah." Oh, because they don't know prophecy of the Bible. They don't have a guiding hand to help them to understand what is really going on. Um, so So anyway, we know that she's sitting on the beast, and we get more information that she's sitting on the seven heads of the beast. That are seven mountains on which the woman sits. And there are seven. So again, she's not sitting, when they make these drawings that she's sitting on the beast. No, no, she's sitting on the heads. I don't even know if one can actually find a thing where they actually do it right, promote it. See here. Woman and Beast of Revelation. I feel sad. I feel sad. I'm hit. I feel sad. I didn't get anything out of it. I failed. I failed. Yeah. Okay, so here we have, different beasts and all that. And it does seem like every single image of the woman and the beast, she's sitting like she's riding on the beast instead of actually sitting on the beast itself. Uh, which, and of course, a lot of the beasts are not even portrayed correctly because we know the beast has, figure bare feet, and then you have lion heads, I think it was. Let's see the first beast. Let's see. If you're going to, fix an image, right, then do it correctly, right? Let's see here where we get the first beast. No. Um, Now, here we go. And I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast coming up out of the sea in regards to out of the people, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And on his horns, 10 crowns. And if you look at the dragon, you have the horns. Sorry, the crowns. As Satan, have control, and then you have the beast control. It's just anyway. The woman and is yeah. And we have in regards to the dragon. Of course, dragon is Satan. And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to fight with the remnant of her seed, those guarding the commands of Jehovah and possessing the witness of Yeshua HaMashiach. And I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast coming out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his 10 horns, 10 crowns. And we actually see where on the beast you have the crowns on the uh, heads, and here it is on the horns in regards of so you can see this thing anyway, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads name of blasphemy. So that's blasphemy is on this beast. And the beast I saw was like a leopard. um the Danish version actually make it like a not a leopard, but something like it. Although it is the same, they still have the same link in regards of the beast in the book of Daniel and all that. But it's very interesting that. But anyway, because I think they take a puma or something like that, which is actually black instead of actually. So I don't know about that. I would need to look into the Hebrew and to look into how other have translated it from Aramaic and all that. But anyway, and the beast I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. So you have the dragon, which is Satan, giving this beast, which is Roman. We know it's Roman, it has to be Roman according to the book of Daniel. So he gives the power and throne. So the throne of Satan is what the beast have. The papacy, the seat of the papacy is the seat of Satan and great authority. And I saw one of his head as having been slain to death, and his deadly wound was healed. Okay. So one of the and all the earth marveled after the beast. Yeah, I wonder who could that be, possibly be. Anyway, and they worship the dragon. So they worship the devil who gave authority to the beast. And they worship the beast. So they're worshiping the devil and the beast, saying, who is like the beast, who is able to fight with him? And he was giving a mouth speaking greatness and blasphemies. And he was giving authority to do so 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemies against Jehovah to blaspheme his name and his tent and those dwelling in the heavens. And it was given to him to fight with the holy ones and to overcome them. And authority was given to him over every tribe and tongue and nation. So that's, the whole world, and all those dwelling on the earth. whose name have not been written in the book of life of the slain lamb. So the book of life, again, is the book of the slain lamb. From the foundation of the world shall worship him. So anyone not in the book of the Lamb shall worship the beast. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. He who brings into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with the sword has to be killed with the sword. Here's the endurance and the belief of the holy ones. And I saw another beast. So we have another beast. And that's the false prophet, of course, coming up out of the earth. So the first beast comes out of the waters in regards to the people. This beast is opposite. It comes where there's out of the earth. There's no water. So as regards to people, it's not, as far as I can see, it seems like to be the opposite of in the public, out in the people and all that. This is the opposite. It's secret. It doesn't really. And he had, okay, coming up out of the earth. And he had two horns like a lamb. So, and again, he had two horns like a lamb. They will then use that and say, well, the horns look like a lamb, but it was actually looking like a bison. No, 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 no. We're getting all the stuff here. The beast itself is looking like a lamb and it has two horns. So it's lamb-like and it has two horns and spoke like a dragon. It's looking like a lamb, yet it speaks like a dragon and it has two horns. Two powers too. Anyway, and he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence. So in his presence, he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence. I wonder who that could be, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast. So this second beast, causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast. Now we know the first beast is the papacy, whose deadly wound was healed. So it has a deadly wound that is healed, and some believe that that's in regards of, that it's now had a deadly wound in regards to the Reformation and all that, and now it's coming again, But anyway, so, and he does great signs. So this beast, the second beast, does great signs, so that he even make fire comes down from the heavens on the earth before men. Now, I don't know if that is in regards to future thing and all that, but we also know that this beast is also doing miracle, but no, not miracles, but signs and wonders and all that. Um, of course, he has the help of the devil, and he leads astray those dwelling on the earth because of those signs. So, because of those signs, and that might very likely, as far as I can gather, when in the future, in regards to the false prophet and all that, would be the Jesuit general, but we'll have to see. Uh, um, because of those signs which he has given to do before the beast, those dwelling on the earth, because of those signs which he has given to do before the beast, saying to those dwelling on the earth to make an image to the beast. So we know that at some point this second beast will be making an image of the first beast. So I think it probably will be whoever is in the uh, you know whoever is in the papacy seat at that point. They'll be made an image, and we already see this in our days where they make idols of the whatever Antichrist and this and that, and you see people bowing down in front of these statues, and it's just disgusting. So we already see what seems to me to be a forerunner for this, and of course the image will be able to speak and all that. So anyway, and he does great signs so that even and he leads astray those dwelling on the earth because of those signs which he has given to do before the beast, saying to those or before the beast, saying to those dwelling on the earth to make an image So it's saying to, so it's going to say to those dwelling on the earth, okay, so to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword and yet lived. Okay, so I guess he's not making it himself, but he is at least the instigator of it. And that was given to him to give spirit. So that was given to him, I guess, the prophet, to give spirit to the image of the beast. So here we go. So it's giving life to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should speak and cause to be killed, as many as would not worship the image. So whatever, if you don't want to worship the image and all that of the beast, you will die. And he causes all, both small and great, and rich and poor. And he, would that be? That's a good question. And he causes. I would still think that would be the second beast. And he causes all, but maybe, yeah. And he, see, and that was given to him to give spirit to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause to be killed, as many as would not worship the image of the beast. And he causes all, both small and great, and rich and poor, and free and slave, uh, to be given a mark upon their right hand, upon their forehead. So even in the right hand on their foreheads, they will have a mark, and that no one should be able to buy or sell except that he has the mark or the name of the beast. So the mark, of course, that we that is going to is I don't know if it's in regards of the he. It could maybe it depends in regards of the image of the beast what it's if it's just an idol which just gets life in regards of being able to speak and all that. Who knows in regards to computer technology, whatever, having full control in that way. That would be one way of thinking of it. Um, so, but then of course it wouldn't be a he, would it? That would be so. I would think it will still be the false prophet here, and he causes all, both in small and great, and rich and poor, and free and slave, to be given a mark upon their right hand or upon their forehead, and that no one should be able to buy or sell except that he has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. So the mark, except that he has the mark or the name of the beast or the number. Let's see, the Danish version seems to be actually better in regards to that. But anyway, so here is the wisdom. He who has understanding, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. So the number, you know, the number of a man, and it's the number of the beast. It is a number of a man, and his number is 666. Leading right back to the papacy once again, the Roman emperor and all that. So so that's the number of the beast. There's the number of a man and all that. So either you have the name or you have the number of. So the mark or the name. So yeah, that he has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. I don't know. I'm not sure how it's actually. I think the Danish version might be better written in regards to this. Let's see here. In regards of understanding. CF13. Yeah. In the Danish version, you can see like whoever does not have this mark, and it says the beast name or its number. And in regards of wisdom, whosoever have understanding needs to calculate the number of the beast, for it is a number of man, and its number is 666. Now, even people that don't believe in the Bible and all that will say that it's clearly in regards of Rome and all that. But in case, we have, and I looked and saw a lamb standing on Mount Zion, with him 144,000, having his father's name written upon their foreheads. And I heard a voice out of the heavens, like the voice of many waters, and like the voice of a loud thunder, and I heard the sound of harpists playing the harps, and they sang a renewed song and all that. Anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, but anyway, let's go back to the beast, I guess. So the beast, the woman is sitting on all the seven heads. And there are seven sovereign. Did we actually have so? And there are seven sovereigns. Five have fallen. In regards, as far as I understand it, those seven sovereigns are the same as the seven mountains and the seven heads. Because they can also, if you look in prophecy and all that. Anyway, so and there are seven sovereigns. Five have fallen, and one is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. That was again the thing in regards to the fourth. I think it. Well, what did we get in regards of? I think we had it other. Okay, five. There wasn't that one place. I think maybe that's. Wasn't there anything in regards of, I thought it was written another place as well, but let's see. So the seven heads are seven mountains in which the woman sits, and there are seven sovereigns. So we have the seven mountains on which the woman sits, or seven heads are seven mountains on which the woman sits. Kingdoms, Roman heads, different types of governments, and all that. And there are seven sovereigns. Five have fallen, and one is. So five have been. So five kingdoms have been. Five heads has been. Five mountains have been, and one is. And the other has not yet come. So five have fallen, one is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. Again, the Roman dukes, was only for a little while. And the beast that was and is not is himself also the eighth, and is of the seven, and goes to destruction. And again, that eight has been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. And yeah, uh, Roman dukes. Roman dukes ruling. Let's see here. Rule of the dukes. The rule of the dukes was an interregnum in the Lombard kingdom of Italy, 574 to 584. That's not long, right? That's a short time, right? During which Italy was ruled by the Lombard dukes of the old Roman provinces and urban centers. You know, Compared to many others, 10 years is not much. The interregnum is said to have lasted a decade, according to Paul the Deacon, but on all other sources. Let's see here. During which Italy was ruled by the Lombard dukes of the old Roman provinces and urban centers. The interregnum is said to have lasted a decade, according to Paul the Deacon, but all other sources, the Phrygia Chronicon, the Origo Contis Langobardorum, the Chronicon Gothanum, and the Copenhagen Continuator of Prosper Tiro, were accorded 12. So 10 or 12, according to 12. Here's how Paul describes the Duke's route. It doesn't matter if it's 10 or 12, it's really a short time. So after his death, the Langobards had no king for 10 years, but were under dukes, and each of the dukes held possession of his own city. Sabin, blah, 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 this and that and all that. What about Rome? Do we have Rome, somebody? But there were 30 other dukes beside these in their own cities. In these days, many of the noble Romans were killed from love of gain, and the remainder were divided among their guests and made tributaries that they should pay the third part of their products to the Langobards. But these dukes of the Langobards in the 7th year from the coming of Alboin and of his whole people. The churches were despoiled, the priests killed, the cities overthrown, the people who had grown up like crops annihilated. And besides those regions which Alboin had taken, the greater part of Italy was seized by and subjected by the Langobards. Langobards. Uh, among the reigning dukes of the times, there's different things and all that. Um, I don't know how I don't know who was ruling Rome then, but it's hard to figure everything out. I don't know enough in regards to Roman history, but as far as I understand, it seems like it was the Duke, the rule for a few in regards of 554 to 584, and then who comes afterwards? Let's see. If I recall correctly, then after the Dukes, papacy getting power in around 600. Let's see here. Uh, yeah, here we go. No, maybe I know. Let's see here. No, that's in regards to something else. But papacy gets its power in. Let's see here. I think it's like I can't remember if it's a temporal power or whatever it gets, but it's around 600. After the Dukes, you see the papacy getting, taking, coming up. Really, where it's not like it has still been in development from very early on, but that's where it gets its you know. Let's see here. The Roman papacy signs the first express trust, and no, that's not it either. I guess it might be a little difficult to find it. I guess it's good just to go to Protestant books and all that, and then you can, then when and this and that and all that. But as far as I remember, it's after the Dukes. So if the Dukes are around 574 to 584 or something of that nature, that would only be, and when he comes, he has to remain a little while, just a little, and the beast that was and is not is himself the eight. So that would be the papacy and is of the seven and goes to destruction. So the papacy at some point will be destroyed by Jesus. The papacy is the Antichrist. And the 10 horns which you saw are 10 sovereigns which have not yet received a reign or a kingdom, but receive authority as sovereigns with the beast for 1 hour. Now that is, as far as I can gather, still a future thing. And of course, that's the destruction of Rome at some point. They have one mind, They have one mind, so the same mind, and they shall give their power and authority to the beast. So these 10 kings gives their power and authority to the beast, the first beast. And they shall fight with the lamb, and the lamb shall overcome them. So that's still future. For he is Lord or Adon of masters and King or sovereigns of sovereigns, King of kings. And those with him are called chosen and trustworthy. Now, so we might have been picked up by Christ at that point. I'm not sure. It seems like when he comes back, we will be picked up and all that. Then he comes to destroy the now reigning Antichrist and his false prophet, and then set up his own kingdom on earth in Jerusalem. And he said to me, the waters which you saw where the horse sits are peoples and crowds and nations and tongues. So the whore, the harlot, the waters which you saw where the horse sits are peoples and crowds and nations and tongues. And the 10 horns which you saw on the beast, these shall hate the whore and lay her waste and naked, and eat her flesh and burn her with fire. For Elohim, or the gods, gave it into their hearts to do his mind and to be of one mind. So they are one mind because God have, at that point, Satan will probably think that this is his idea, that I don't need the system anymore, whatever. And, you know, at that point, he probably will have so much control over the world anyway. So I would think, you have the layout, have the God, and then you have Satan, and Satan, of course, has his own mind and all that, and of course, God usually tend to, outsmart him, and to give the kingdom or the reign to the beast. So for God gave it into their hearts to do his mind. So God has given, or God's mind to be his mind to be of one mind and to give the kingdom to the beast until the words of God shall be accomplished. And the woman whom you saw is that great city having sovereignty over the kings of the earth. Now, which city would have, sovereignty over the kings of the earth? Well, a great city having ruled over the kings of the earth. Who could that possibly be? Rome, maybe? Yeah. And after this, I saw another messenger coming down from the heavens, having great authority, and the earth was lightened from his esteem. And he cried with a mighty voice, saying, Babel the great is fallen, and has become a dwelling place of demons, a haunt for every unclean spirit, and a haunt for every unclean and hated bird. Because all the nations have drunk. So all nations, did we hear that all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her whoring, and the kings of the earth have committed whoring with her, and merchants of the earth have become, that would be, merchants in regards to traveling the waters, in regards to traveling around, in regards to the people, as far as I understand, of the earth have become rich through the power of her righteous living. And you can see a lot of you can see the whole system. You have the merchants, you have the kings of the earth. You have, you can make a pretty good mod. I don't wonder if I actually made I think I did. Uh-oh. I think this chair is pretty much nearly going down. I think I made a model actually out of it. Yeah, it's not a beautiful thing for sure, but it is what it is. See if we can find. There we go. No, see. So that's my model of it. It's a little hard to see. As you can see, she has like she's sitting on all the seven heads, which of course is if I recall correctly, is like lions, and then you have bare feet, and then you have the leopard thing, and it's like you have those characteristics. Of course, the papacy have that, the whole system in regards to Greek, Medo Persian, and and uh, and Babylonian, and then of course we know it's Roman. You take the little horn, the little Roman horn, and look at the in regards to the beast. You get details on it's describing the same thing, but just with different details. Anyway, so as you can see, there's like seven heads that she's put her on that. That's the only drawing I know where she's actually put on the heads, the seven heads. There's no horns, so I should have fixed the horns, but anyway, and I should also have fixed the animal thread and all that. It was just a quick model in regards of. So you can see she rules over the kings of the earth, and the merchants of the world has become rich. That's like boats, boats with, and she's tried to like holding them in some sense to make the link from there. So you see the beast, which is the papacy. Um, you see the woman riding on all the heads. She rules all the kings of the earth, and the merchants has become rich in regards of her. And so you see all the, I don't know what I've actually written. Beast, papacy, 666, Satan rule, anyway, kings and merchants and all that. The model could be a lot better, but that's one of these from an that was actually a very nice information from where he actually put a lot of the things together from an Seventh-day Adventist. My actually pretty good to show the whole system. Again, the SDA have truth, but just be aware they also have some, you know, really weird doctrines that just doesn't seem to be, you know, and again, when you talk to them, they just can't be. Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from? Are you getting it from Ellen G. White? It's just um, and the things that I'm hearing from the SDA in regards of where that if anyone attacks Ellen G. White, they're from the devil or whatever. Yeah, it's like, I'll give me a break. Maybe they're just pointing things out that seems to be, there's a problem here. And why is it that you always give Ellen G. White books out? It's not okay to just read the Bible. That's not okay to just read the Bible and figure out things. Um, yeah, but the FDA, there's a lot of FDA that has huge amount of truth in regards to the Jesuits and all that. So it's really, Satan has whatever level to take us to, yeah, pretty much, that's Satan has, it doesn't matter which level you are on, he has something to catch you with, and so one really have to be careful. I'll have some more information on this. Yeah, just yeah. Anyway, I found enough things here and there that I could never be an SDA, and because I couldn't be an SDA, apparently I'm not really what shall we say? Yeah, I apparently become the enemy or whatever. There's no way I'm going to accept LNG White when I find issues in regards to this. Because you need to accept all the things that she, yeah, whatever, um instead of just reading the Bible and figuring things out for yourself, right? So Satan is very slick, very, very slick. Anyway, let's see here. uh, I guess it's kind of normal to feel a little this is yeah, man. Yeah, I would bulldoze that church. Why would we have these things that is just, I guess I might not have closed the door correctly. I don't think I have any food even left for the Sabbath. Well, the Sabbath is nearly over. But I don't think I have anything. I could make some warm tea. I'm freezing a little. Um, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Oh, would be nice with some. 2 seconds. No, maybe not. Where did I have my? I need some mint. Let's see if I can get some mint from finger food that with. Anyway, there we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Hey, I guess I should try to, uh, you know, I should try to get the Passover fixed this year and just invite whoever wants to people can just say no, and then go from there. That's like 1 or 2 months left for um for the Passover. It's either next month or the month after that in regards to the biblical calendar. Let's see when the moon is. The moon is nearly full, so we're nearly half in the month. So that would be a little over, yeah, at least a month to the. So we have over a month at least to this year. We have the 11 and then the 12. No, I think we have a, yeah. So we might actually have 1.5 as minimum, I think. Then maybe 2.5 months. I'm not entirely sure, but we have the 11 month and then it goes to the 12 month. Yeah, and then we have to have the full 12 months as well. And then, it depends if there's a 13 month or not, because it calibrates itself sometimes and all that. If it doesn't calibrate, it would be a little over 1.5. I remember I remember trying to talk to my wealthy father in regards of Passover and all that, but it didn't really, hey, if you want to do some family thing and all that, you know, why can't we just go to do it according to this? Um, but again, that's just how it is. Um, uh, no, yeah, of course, I could have done more as well. There's so many things. It doesn't seem to be really that as much help in regards of setting things up and all that. Um, just so stupid. Just insane. All dying. This world is dying. It's all corruption. It's a madhouse. No, no, he was murdered by the medical mafia, as far as I know. Looking forward to get the information, although it won't help in regards of course getting him back. He's done. But maybe it can help others. I don't know in regards of if I can see that they mistreated him and see what they actually did to. Uh, failed. I failed. I failed on so many levels. I don't understand why people trust this system so much. And why we don't know these things so we could keep healthy so we don't get into the claws of this disgusting system. But of course they have made us ignorant of what we can do, and they're censoring the information on the internet. It's deeply diabolical, this system, and yet we still would be nice with some people actually. Well, of course there are some people. And with peppermint, oh, be careful of that. You might kill yourself or whatever. You have all the warning signs on it, right? I can't even. All the warning signs. Be careful. I've taken drops of this like 20 years or more, something like that. Um, I love it. It's peppermint, just one drop, and you get the wonderful breath. And you can bless the whole area as well, whereby and it just blows out the peppermint. It's wonderful. By the way, it's also a lot of goodies as well with it. I actually tried to take like 5 drops of it once. That might be a little too much, because it seemed to have some problems in regards to. But as long as it's just drop or something like that, a little more than a drop or whatever, 2 drops or whatever, it's usually not a problem at all. Um, but yeah, 5 drops I think it was, and maybe I took a little more, but that seemed to be a little too much in regards of. But overall, just take one. Just one drop is most usually more than enough for most people to get the suck. Yeah. Sad. Somewhat sad. I don't know what. You know, I guess I don't have any food. Don't have any food. And really, I think I ate the last couple of meat that, you know. Anyway, I guess, so I guess if, um, um, it's really weird in some sense that then he's just gone, you know? It is weird. And I guess the more I think on it, the more it is weird, it's just not part, I'm getting. It's just weird. Well, we really got into, I guess, got in conflict with most people, really, because of my issues. I ended up destroying a lot of things, whatever. Um, I really destroyed a lot of things, You went from a pretty much, as far as I can gather, health. Well, I was a little thick at that point, but and that might be some of the antibiotic bullshit that I had been given at some point, although I don't know what it was. But I was a pretty slim boy when I was smaller, and I wasn't that slim when I first began to have those other issues. But the question is if that was something I already had gotten from the medical mafia that actually already had ruined something in the gut, um, that made me thick. Uh, I'm pretty sure I'm missing some vitamins as well because I remember I had like 3 days where I was just feeling wonderful. I took huge doses of vitamins. But sadly, just a sip of beer, 1 to 2 sips of beer, just made went downhill. Uh, but that might be destroyed something in my gut that doesn't make the vitamins that I need to actually. I was sleeping like a rock. And I wake up and I didn't need any coffee. I was relaxed. I was ready for the day. I didn't need any coffee at all those 2 or 3 days, as many years ago. It was incredible expensive to buy all these different vitamins and all that. Um, the problem, I didn't write it down what I did, sadly, which is stupid. I should have written down what I did. Um, clearly, I hit the combination that just made me just I was full of energy. That was wonderful. So that was, vitamins of some kind absolutely did help me. Again, I took so many different vitamins and I couldn't get to the point again after trying again. And stupidly enough, I didn't write down what I took. I know I took a huge amount of vitamin C. I started out taking huge doses of vitamin C and just, gobbling down vitamin C to the limit point, and so that was the start pretty much. Vitamin D, of course. But then we have all the B vitamins, and I have no idea. I think I took different things and this and that and all that. I've never been able to, when I try the vitamin thing, never been able to get to that point again where I'm like sleeping like a rock and standing up and just feeling awake. When I woke up, I felt refreshed. I think that was probably the way that anyone should feel when they wake up. And yet, if the medical mafia have put something in us, that ruins that thing in regards of vitamins in the gut or something like that. We might be needing that. And I might have been getting what I needed, and I don't know. And of course, you have fungal issues so that runs amok and all that. Yeah. Whatever. So, and upon her forehead, a name written. Oh, we already got that. So anyway, let's see here. So the Great Hall. No, okay, it shall show you the Great Hall sitting on many waters, at whom the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring, and the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. And he carried me away in the ruach, in a spirit, into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast, covered with names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and the woman was dressed in purple and scarlet, and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls, holding in her hand a golden cup filled with the abominations and the filthiness of her whoring, and upon her forehead the name written, a secret, Babel the Great, or mystery Babel the Great. I don't know why they haven't put the mystery in. Babel the Great, the mother of the horse and of the abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunk with the blood of the holy ones and with the blood of the witnesses of Yeshua. And having seen her, I marveled, greatly marveled. And then he shows in regards of the secrets of her and all that. And it says, and I heard another voice from the heavens saying, come out of her, my people, lest you shine her sins, and lest you receive of her plagues. Because her sins are piled up to reach the heavens, and Elohim has remembered her unrighteousness. Oh, God's lawlessness. Render to her as she indeed rendered, and repay her double according to her works, in the cup which she has mixed for a double, as much as she esteemed herself and lived luxuriously, so much torture and grief give to her, because in her heart she says, I sit as a sovereigness, and I am not a widow, and I do not see mourning at all. Because of this, a plague shall come in one day, death and mourning and scarcity of food, and she shall be burned up with fire, because Jehovah Elohim, who judges her, is mighty. And the sovereigns of the earth, who committed whoring and lived luxuriously with her, shall weep and mourn over her when they see the smoke of her burning, standing at a distance for fear of her torture, saying, woe, woe, the great city, Babel, the mighty city, because of your judgment has come in 1 hour. And the merchants of the earth weep and mourn over her, because no one buys their merchandise anymore. And we get all the merchandise and all that. Yeah. Anyway, we've been speaking for 3 hours and 18 minutes. I guess I don't have much more to say, I guess. Well, we have the book of Daniel, which of course we have the fourth beast. A lot of things. And it also talks about, in regards to the end, in regards to the um now at the time Michael shall stand up, the great head, who is standing over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of distress such as never was since there was a nation until that time. And at that time your people shall be delivered, every one who is found written in the book, and that will be the book of the Lamb. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth wake up, some to everlasting life, and some to reproaches, everlasting abhorrence. And those who have insight shall shine like the brightness of the expanse, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, hide the words and seal the book. The book of Revelation was not sealed. But the book of Daniel, hide the words and seal the book until the time of the end. So he's sealing the book until the time of the end. Many shall diligently search, and knowledge shall increase. Well, a lot of things are happening in our days for sure. And then I, Daniel, looked and saw two others, and then it talks about in regards. But yeah, to the end in regards to Numbers 1219, and I guess we'll figure things out when we figure things out, then we know when we are at the end. When we figure out a lot of, then yeah. Anyway, why is it in regards to the beast here? We have in regards to the continual. That's also interesting in regards to the continual. It talks about the last part in regards of okay. So after the end and all that, many shall diligently search, and knowledge shall increase. Then I, Daniel, looked and saw two others standing, one on this bank of the river and the other on that bank. And one said to the man dressed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, how long until the end of these wonders? And I heard the man dressed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, and he held up his right hand and his left hand to the heavens, and swore by him who lives forever, that it would be for an appointed times and a half. And when they have ended scattering the power of the holy people, then all these shall be completed. And I heard, but I did not understand. So I said, my master, what is the latter end of these? And he said, go, Daniel, for the words are hidden and sealed till the time of the end. So whatever Daniel is being told that for the words are hidden and sealed till the time of the end. So it's at the time of the end we will know. So we will know also when we are at the end, because then we will understand, for the words are hidden and sealed till the time of the end. Many shall be cleansed and made white and refined, but the wicked shall do wickedness, and none of the wicked shall understand, but those who have insight shall understand. And from the time that which is continual, and from the time that which is continual, as far as I know, in regards to continual, is in regards of sacrifices. In the law of Moses, you have the continual running along and all that. So if that is correct in regards to the continual, if that's in regards of sacrifices, well, then there has to be a temple, right? Because the Jews wouldn't sacrifice without a temple, would they? So there has to be another temple. So, and from the time that which is continual is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is placed. Now, what could be an abomination that lays waste is placed? An idol, of course. Maybe the idol of, the beast of the number 666. In regards of the image of the beast, in the temple, standing in the temple and getting people killed who doesn't want to worship you know, I don't know. I'm just thinking out, okay? We'll see. So, and from the time that which is continual, again, when we don't know the first 5 books of Moses in regards of what the Jews did and that and all that, it is harder to figure out in regards of what they're talking about, right? And the continual, we also have the Greek books and all that in regards of the explaining the abomination, which is put in regards of history in regards of the Greek, although it's not found in a lot of Bible. It's found in the Apocrypha. You have 2 books of Maccabees. That's a third book of Maccabees. I can't remember if I read that. But anyway, you have the 2 books of Maccabees that explain some of the details and talk about, what an abomination would be, and the abomination that lays waste is placed. That might very much be an idol. And as far as, if you take all the things and all that, and the Antichrist and all that, I think that will be the image of the beast. Whoever is in regards to the image of the beast that will be able to speak and all that might be put in the temple, I think. But anyway, we have the continual, and the continual as regards to the 2 sacrifices, I think, as far as I understand it. Every single day, you have a morning sacrifice and an evening sacrifice. Every single day, as I understand it. I'm still learning. I'm not a Jew. I haven't grown up as a Jew and all that. But as I understand it, that's what it is. So, and from the time that which is continual is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is placed, is 1,290 days. So, and from the time that which is continual, in regards of the sacrifices in the temple, as far as I understand, is taken away. So it's taken away. It's stopped at some point. And well, if they're sacrificing animals again, and it's stopped. It has to. They have to. The continual. If that's in regards to sacrifices, and this is talking about the end and all that. Well, then they have to have a temple doing the sacrifices, right? If it's taken away. It can't be taken away if they're not doing it, right? It doesn't make any sense to it. And the abomination that lays waste is placed. So the abomination that lays waste, an idol standing where it shouldn't stand, is placed. So, and from the time which is continual is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is placed, is 1,290 days. So from the taking away, I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm getting, but as far as okay, so from the time which the continual is taken away, so it's taken away in regards to not being able to, and the abomination that lays waste is placed is 1,290 days. So from the taking away to the setting up of the idol is 1,290 days. I don't know. It seems like it's what it's saying, isn't it? Blessed is he who is waiting earnestly and come to the 1,335 days. So blessed is he who is waiting earnestly and comes to the 1,335 days. But you go your way till the end and rest, and arise to your lot at the end of the days. 30, 45 days difference. It was like 3 and I don't know. Just weird that the idol would first stand there late, so late. If the abomination that lays waste is placed, is 1,290 days. And from the time that which is continual is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is placed, is 1,290 days. So from the taking away from the sacrifices to the day in regards to the abomination that lays waste is 1,290 days. You start, as far as I can gather, you then start out here, it's taken away, then you wait 1,290 days, and then the idol is going to come up. Maybe it's a short, and then one and blessed is those that come to the 1,335. We also have the 1,260. I don't know. Maybe the Antichrist will not be on. Maybe it will just be a short time that he actually sits where he wants. The devil. There would be for appointed times and a half, and when you have ended scattering the power of the Kadesh people, then all these shall be completed. And when they have ended scattering the power of the holy people, then all these shall be completed. And I heard, but I didn't understand, so I said, my master, what is the latter end of these? And it says, sealed till the time of the end. And we have the 3.5, which I guess would. And I heard the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river, and he held up his right hand and his left hand to the heavens, or the Shamaim, and swore by him who lives forever, That it would be for an appointed. What is for an appointed sign? So yeah. Now at the time Michael shall stand up, the great head who is standing over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of distress such as never was since there was a nation until that time, and that at that time you people shall be delivered, and at that time your people shall be delivered, and at that time your people shall be delivered, at that time you people, and at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Everyone who is found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth wake up, some to everlasting life, and some to reproaches, everlasting abhorrence. And those who have insight shall shine like the brightness of the expanse, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, hide the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall diligently search, and knowledge shall increase. Then I, Daniel, looked and saw two others standing, one at this bank and of the river, and the other on that bank. And one said to the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river, how long until the end of these wonders? So how long until the end of these wonders? How long? How long until these wonders? What wonders? Is in regards to, yeah, great head standing over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of distress. So that's a time of distress. So how long? So I guess the distress such as never has been since there was a nation until that time. And at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Okay, so I guess it's in regards to the time of. Then I, Daniel, looked and saw two others standing, one on this bank of the river and the other on that bank. And one said to the man dressed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, how long until the end of these wonders? I guess end of this distress, I would think. So you have 1,260 days of distress, I guess. There would be for an appointed times and a half. I don't know how they get that to like 3.5 all, but that seems to be the what everybody believes, that appointed time, appointed times, like plural, and a half. So 1, 2.5. And when they have ended scattering the power, and when they have ended scattering the power of the holy people, which should be the Jews, I would think, in regard that, then all these shall be completed. So I guess maybe those 1,260 days is in regards of where it will be a great distress for the Jewish people, maybe. Um, and there shall be a time, but Michael shall stand up, the great head who is standing over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of distress such as never was since there was a nation until that time. And at that time your people shall be, that will be your people talking to Daniel. I would think that would be talking about the Jews or the Israelites. And at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth wake up, some to everlasting life, and some to reproaches, everlasting abhorrence. And those who have insight shall shine like the brightness of the expanse, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, hide the words and seal the book until the time of the end. So again, this must be the time of the end, right? We have 1,260 days in regards to this great distress where Michael stands up. And I don't know if he stands up first in the last bit, or But we have 1,260 days then in regards to distress, I guess. Uh, Many shall diligently search, and knowledge shall increase. Then I, Daniel, looked and saw two others standing, one on the bank of the river and the other on that bank. And one said to the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river, how long until the end of these wonders? And I heard the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river, and he held up his right hand and his left hand to the heavens and swore by him who lives forever that it would be for an appointed times and a half, and when they have ended scattering the power of the holy people, then all these shall be completed. So ended scattering the power of the holy people. And I heard, but I did not understand. So I said, my master, what is the latter end of these? So, and I heard, but I did not understand. So I said, what is to the later end of these in regards of what is going to happen in the end? And he said, go, Daniel, for the words are hidden and sealed till the time of the end. Uh, so many shall be cleansed and made white and refined, but the wicked shall do wickedness, and none of the wicked shall understand. But those who have insight shall understand. And from the time that which is continual is taken away, and from the time that which is continual, if that is in regards to the sacrifices, is taken away from the abomination, and is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is placed, it's 1,290 days. So we have 1,260 days where a lot of things will go on, which will be a time of distress such as never have been since there was a nation until that time. And the time your people shall be delivered. And at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth wake up. That would be, I guess, the after it. So, and from the time that which is continual is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is placed, is 1,290 days. So you have 1,290 days from the continual to the abomination that lays waste is placed. Is 1,200, and so 1,260 days with a time of distress, as far as I can gather, that would be 3.5 years. Then after those 3.5 years, you have 30 days. It depends in regards of when, and from the time that which is continual is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is placed, is 1,290 days. So the question is, when does that start? So we know the Jews have to start at some point with sacrificing again, as far as I can see, and thereby we have another temple. And when that stops, we need to count to 1,290 days, pretty much. Well, we have no, sorry, from that point, which who knows, maybe it's before 1,260 days. I don't know, but at that point, so it seems like at that point, when that is taken away, there will be 1,290 days for this abomination that lays waste to be placed, most likely in the temple, and idol in the temple, I think. Blessed is he who is waiting earnestly and comes to the 1,335 days. So there's 45 days. I guess 45 days where it seems like we have the 45 days that's a lot of things is happening, going on, I guess. After the idol has been placed, and you have 45 days, and then it seems to be the end. But blessed is he who is waiting earnestly and comes to the 1,335 days. I don't know if those people running out in the mountains, if they are waiting out there in regards of that. Well, I've written 45 days here. But guess we will know when we come to the end. And of course, now we have Israel on the map. Um, and it seems like they will have a hard time at some point. A time of distress, apparently, it seems. Um, there should be a time of distress such as never was since there was a nation until that time. Seems like that will be a very distressing time. And here we have in regards of what is this? That's just something. This is from something else. And strong ones, one shall arise from him and profane the Mikdash. And as I understand the Mikdash, I think is the temple. I don't know as regards of. Can we just, if I recall correctly, it's the temple. Mikdash, yeah, set apart place, sanctuary. I'm not sure if it's more specific or whatever. And strong one shall arise from him and profane the Mikdash, the stronghold, and shall take away that which is continual. What is continual, and place the abomination that lays waste. So here we have an example again in regards of and place the abomination that lays waste. So here we have again an example of that, and if so so the continual is, as far as I understand it, a sacrifice that happens 2 times a day. And one can, read in regards to the Jews and all that, how much they actually, even if there was war with the Romans and all that, they would still continue to do the continual thing. I think it was the Romans anyway. They would still, come with the continual, and they would stop and they would get in there and bring the continual. I think it was the Romans, maybe the Grecians, but I think it was the Romans where just, the priests just, whatever, and they were allowed to continue to do their things until, yeah. But yeah, so but this is another example, I think, in regards of history to show us what it is. And then, of course, we just have to know in regards to the future what we expect. Well, what we, you know, yeah. So, of course, if there's a continual, and if the continual is in regards to the sacrifices, well, then the Jews are going to sacrifice again. And that will then be taken away because you cannot take it away if it's not there, right? So, I don't know, but it says it's in regards to the end. This is in regards to the end. So how. But you, Daniel, hide the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Do we have the end yet? Well, we're closing for sure, but many shall diligently search, and knowledge shall increase. Is knowledge increasing in our days? Yeah, but we really need to wake up in regards to things. Anyway. Ah, kind of weird. I guess it's first time I'm losing someone that, so close in the family in regards to losing. So it is, it's, yeah, it's weird. It's not. It's not like I really. Um, we're not really that close for sure. Um, at least not. The first. I think the first amount of time. I think we're pretty close. Um, but then I guess we were somewhat separated from each other. We got into a lot of things that, yeah, fights and all that. Yeah, it's oh, if I just had known what I know today, I could probably have stopped a lot of bad things from happening. A lot of bad things. Oh, what a time. Beginning to drink as well to get away from my problems and find all the fights and all that. I guess we just never really. That was always this thing flying in the air, I guess. So yeah, but the first at least 10 years or something like that before everything went haywire, I think we had a pretty good, what is it called? The thing is, I don't really remember much of that time, so that's. But I think we had a pretty good relationship. A lot of the a lot of the years. But then it changed, and it was never really, um, never really. I don't know. It's just um, never really got any better. Not well, also because of my issues. Oh, it's painful, bleeding, feeling defiled in some sense. I don't know what the better word is. Feeling dirty in some sense. Bleeding, pain. Sat in front of the computer. That was the only way that I could run from the pain, pretty much. A bidet would have helped. Heh, a bidet would have helped. Just a simple solution like that. A bidet, 100 kroners. About $20 or maybe a little more for more professional bidet and all that, but that maybe last a little longer. But that would have been a pretty good solution for my issues. Huh. It was painful in the beginning. Really painful. Over the years it became less painful, bleeding and all that. I was still feeling unclean and all that. Didn't want to go to school and all that, which of course is might not have been a bad idea anyway. They brainwash people to a lot of things, so you can't think for yourself. It would have been so easy with a solution at that time when my issues began. I think if one just had the right help and all that. But one thing takes another, then you begin to drink alcohol and all that. That helped. Huh. Well, it helped for a certain extent of time in regards to drinking, over drinking, because of the issues. It helped me forget my issues in regards of the pain and bleeding and being, what shall we say, it took over my life pretty much. When something is not working, something you use every single day and all that, and it's not really, it takes over your things. And I wanted to kill myself as well. No, I never did it, because it couldn't get me to kill myself, of course. But I wanted to die. At that point, I wanted to die. Um, I remember feeling like, hey, if I'm going to live with this the rest of my life, what's the point of living anyway? I got in. I got into fights with my with my with him because I wanted to sit in front of the computer, which of course, um, because that was the only place that I could, get away from my pain. I didn't really want to do much exercise either in regards to that. Uh, f- you know, anyway, 20 years or something down the line, I figure out there's something called a bidet, and that other people are having issues in regards of that area, that they used it. And then I tried to install one on the toilet and all that. That was a mess and all that, in regards of on it. But then I found this thing, where you just sit it on the side and all that, and it was pretty cheap and all that. Although one has already broken and all that, but you can just clean yourself. And, then it lessens the things in regards to the bleeding, you know, um, and it cleans you up pretty good. So you don't feel dirty afterwards. Um, I I do wonder. I do wonder what would have happened if that hadn't happened in my life. I do wonder. It. I don't know. I don't know if I probably would have had a better relationship overall with family and people overall. Uh, you end up going inside yourself because you have these issues which you don't know how to solve them. Not really any way to solve them. But I don't understand why they didn't pay more attention to these things, because if a problem doesn't get fixed from the beginning, it becomes a lot worse. And they knew I had, they should have known in regards to it, because they were, when I started getting the problem, uh, I called them up from the camp. I was like in one of these camps, and they only had this evil toilet paper, sandpaper bullshit. We called it the state paper actually, because it was in schools and whatever. Anyway, they came. I remember they came down, both of them. I think my little brother was actually born at that point. I wasn't with them as far as I recall. Anyway, uh, I think they should have paid attention in regards to my issues at that point. That really went. That really went. That really went into a lot of things. Well, that was bad, really bad. Got into fights um with him after that, I guess. I didn't want to live anymore. Um, I didn't want to. Not that I could figure out how, like I didn't want to kill myself either, but I was really, thinking, what is the point of living if I'm going to have this the rest of my life? And of course, it has been downhill pretty much from since then, and it has made so many issues from not only myself but from other people. I guess, what can you do? You're bleeding every single day. It's painful, and the only way that you really can run from you're young, you're a child that doesn't know, and then you try to go to the doctors, and they apparently, just um, doesn't really help either. Then they want to have you on psychotropic pills. Insanity system. Oh yeah, I remember getting these magazines in regards of, but that was not in regards of what the problem was. In regards of, um, I don't recall there was anything in regards of bidet in those magazines either and all that. But yeah, it's not like, yeah. Anyway, so I got into drinking. Yeah, great school. It's totally stupid. And I found out, drinking it actually helps you, not think about your issues, and you just feel more, you know, it just helps you in regards of not having, yeah. Well, then I got the itch. Another issue. I guess all my, problems started out in regards to the belt below. Oh, terrible. Absolutely terrible. Then I got the itch that was so itchy that I was totally, oh, it made me crazy. Absolutely, utterly crazy. That was terrible. Absolutely terrible. And then, that's afterwards, then they begin to give me, they wanted to give me psychotropic drugs. Hey, doctor, my issues is down there, not up there. Like, incredible. Totally mistreatment. Totally mistreatment. And I said no. Good amount of times. Yeah, every time they tended to, coming up with, hey, just needs happy pills. Happy pills? What would that help? I'm talking about things that are, I'm not talking up here. I'm talking down there. Hey, how how incompetent do you have to be as a doctor? Hey, I'm talking about issues down here, but let's get the guy for something up there, or the child, the naive young child, and all that. Yeah, could have been an easy solution to fixing my and helping me not get into a downward spiral that I took. And today, yeah, lots of issues. Well, it could be a lot worse, of course. I have so many issues now, and it's not really visible. That's the thing, right? It's not really so visible, these issues that I have. There's always been like secret issues, apparently, in regards to the fungus issues. They couldn't figure out that. Well, actually, they did start giving me some antifungal things. They didn't tell me in regards to changing my diet or anything like that. Just gave me some cream and all that, and also some cream that I was told I shouldn't have used down there. But they started out giving me some fungal creams, if I recall correctly. So like two different, and then a third one, and the third one was the one that I should never have used, and all that down there. And then they went into loony land in regards of psychotropic things, and it felt like they just believe I was making things up or something like that. Well, 20 years down the line, I found out what it was. Fungal infection. Wouldn't be a surprise drinking all that alcohol. Alcohol, fixing alcohol just, you know, it's just a perfect way to make fungal explosion in your body, and deteriorate your own health. Sugar as well feeds fungus and all that. And of course, then we have all the crap medicine of the medical mafia that ruins the gut and all that. So, we don't have any milk, so we can make yogurt, real natural yogurt full of lots of the whole spectrum of bacteria and all that. Nope, we don't have that. We can keep, we can buy alcohol everywhere, every shop, pretty much everywhere, every corner, but you cannot buy healthy milk without it having gotten a Hitler treatment. So, and now he's gone. Now he's gone. He's gone, gone, gone. I don't know. I really don't understand how they couldn't have paid more attention. They knew something. They knew I had hurt myself at that point. Um, and from there on, it was down the hill. I'm thinking in regards of fatness and all that might have been some of the medication that I was given as well. Well, I remember one pill, that I got when I was smaller. I remember enforcing it down my throat. I didn't want it. There was something in me that told me that I didn't want that thing. Not only because it hurt in regards to and I wasn't dying, it just was hurting a huge amount. I was really sick. Um, so every time you swallowed something, it was hurting really much and all that. But there was something else that I felt like I didn't want that. I didn't want that. Not only because it didn't hurt. But anyway, I do wonder if that did any damage to my gut in regards of probably some kind of antibiotics and all that. But the damages can be like down the line and all that. So who knows how much that took out of bacteria and all that should have been there. And when we can't get to get yogurt, real yogurt. I haven't tried yeah, I need to travel 100 kilometers to the nearest source to get some milk, some real milk. It's incredible. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know if that could help. I guess if I could get some milk and make some yogurt and all that, I could probably use it again, and it should have all the bacteria, I guess. That would be one way to. Well, I don't know. Again, problem after problem, going to the grave. What a life. I guess if I ever did take my life when I've been a youth, I would have. I wouldn't have had all these things I should, go through and all that. Well, at least I know about the bidet. I just wish I knew about it 20 years ago. And in regards to the itching, I wish I just knew what it was 20 years ago. Well, first I got the the issue with the butthole, and then drinking. I'm not sure how many years that was in regards of when I got one from the other. I think I did actually have some datings and all that. That seems to be have some images where there's a date, and I think it actually is from that date where they get the pictures and all that. From the point where I'm not looking happy, and I wasn't happy because that was the first time I was feeling, yeah, it was bad. Uh, that just ruined my whole from there on and all that. It was just downhill. Yeah. Then I got the fungal issue, which the white coat murderers couldn't figure out apparently, because that's the big secret. That's fungus, right? Because well, some of the things that they give as medicine are poison from fungus, and treating symptoms instead of treating the cause. 20 years it took me to figure out the cause. Now it might be too late. And I know that in regards to vitamins and all that, that's something that absolutely, I'm always tired when I wake up. I can sleep, whatever, doesn't matter. I'm always tired. Waking up. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's normal that you are tired when you wake up when you've just been sleeping. Um, and I remember the vitamins I took and all that for, where I had 2 or 3 days where I was full of energy. I slept like a rock and I woke up and I was just fresh. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I felt so good. Well, only for a couple of days. Then I ruined it with drinking a little beer, just 1 to 2 sips, and I was back at my old self. And I haven't ever been able to get to that point again, where, yeah, then I have back problems, of course. No, hit my back into a wall with full force. I have, what do you call it? Where the back is like, but really, of course it hurts sometimes, but really not in this regards after I really banged it up in the wall. It's really, you know, very sad. My joints after I broke my knuckle, all the other joints began to hurt as well. Yeah, great. Another issue. Well, that was actually before my back, because I got the knuckle first, broke the knuckle, began to have pain in other joints and all that. Then I hit into the wall with full speed, and that wasn't good. That was not good. That stuff. Anyway, anything else? Yeah, lots of other things, I guess. But uh, oh yeah, then we had the explosion of I had moved from down here. Well, you can't really see it, can you? So I had like this thing that I could feel like down here, and you have my ribs here, pretty much. There's something like feeling like there. And at some point, it just exploded. It went over here, around, and then it took a U-turn directly down in my breast. I got these things, weird, things flying over my. I was, I was like, what is going on here? I actually had my heart checked. Of course, it wasn't in regards of my heart. It was in regards of my front thing here and all that. Um, and then afterwards, from here, it is just exploded out in my body. Got all these brown spots after, you know, really didn't have any brown spots beforehand. And after the explosion, those brown spots just came everywhere. I got itching all over my body at that point. So I got the brown spots, I got the itching, the crawling sensation, the nipping sensation, lots of things. At that point, I felt like At that point, I felt like, hey, maybe a rope is not bad, you know? I'm really at a point where it's just, yeah, this is terrible, absolutely terrible. But at that point, I was pretty certain that, what it was, what it is. I had been eating bread and sugar things. And you know what? Fungus loves sugar, and bread is pretty much sugar. And then you also put the other. And I had been eating bread for around 5 days from the bakery. And hey, you have the doctor saying, hey, there's nothing wrong with you, right? Blah, 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 and all that. So I eat around 5 days or something like that from the bakery, and it just exploded all over my body. It was just terrible. It was itching all over. It was just horrible. Um, so what I did at that point I figured out, okay, this is um so I knew that there was something in regards of against fungus that might help because I was really in a serious, serious, serious uh problem here. It was just so bad. It was really, really bad. I would never kill myself and all that because that's not any point in killing yourself. But I was really thinking, hey, a rope around the neck doesn't sound bad. This is just horrible. This is absolutely horrible. I just, like if I'm going to live with it, it's just terrible, absolutely terrible. So I get up to my doctor, well, my white coat murderer and all that, and ask him for two specific things, which is both antifungal. You think he wanted to give it to me? He was pretty much, he became angry. He pretty much threw me out of the office. I came up with a paper in regards of antifungal things and all that. Hey, I need this and I need so much and blah, 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 and so forward and all that. And he gave me one of the products in a very low dose, whatever, and all that. And then he just threw me out. I told him, hey, it's not going to work if you're only giving to this because that we have nystatin. I think it was nystatin. We have nystatin, but nystatin is only local. It goes from mouth to butthole. Okay, it works locally. You have something that needs to work in the body. It's in my body. I need something that kills it in my body. So anyway, so I got a little bit of nice nystatin. I didn't really start taking it because I had a problem, because I knew that was not going to work. It was not going to work because I had to have something working systemic. It's only going to work locally, pretty much. Nystatin only absorbs a little bit of nystatin in regards of, so it's not functioning locally. Locally, in regards of the body and all that, everywhere. I knew it was everywhere. I had it all over, and I knew if it was fungus, this would, you know, I was a good possibility that this might help and work. So I went to another doctor, another white coat murderer, and he just told me I was, you know. So he wrote back to my doctor, and my doctor, white coat butcher and all that, wrote to me and said, see, he's also diagnosing you as blah blah blah. And I told him that you can see you're all incompetent. It doesn't matter because he wanted me to change doctor and all that. And I told him it doesn't matter if I'm changing doctor because you're all incompetent. Anyway, so weeks and weeks and weeks of writing and writing and writing to my white coat, and actually I wrote to many of them and all that. We had us two in the clinic and all that. At some point he actually gave in and gave it to me. I was thinking, if I'm going to knock on his door enough, he might actually just give it to me, right? I was trying to figure out where can I get it in nations and all that. I need something. It was just so I found out it was actually one nation in Europe, but it was so expensive. And I know you could get it really cheaply in Denmark and all that. I just couldn't give him to give it to me. It's called diflucan, by the way. It's also known as the one cure pill for women when they mistreat them with antibiotics. And antibiotic being poison from fungus makes women have women issues. And what do they do? Do they stop the antibiotic? No, they just give some antifungal. Anyway, so it's known as the one cure pill and all that. So I knew I had a lot, of things, and so I got a big doses. I knew I had like one chance for this, because fungus can be resistant to things, and if it's not resistance in the beginning, it can easily become, well, it can become resistance later on. So I knew I had one chance to get it, hit down, and so I wanted to take good amount of good dose, to take it down, to kill it, and to do. Usually, I would not take what they are selling, those white coat butchers and all that. At that point, I had, if this is fungus, this is antifungal and all that. If there's any correlation, if I'm correct that I have a fungal infection, this should do something, and it did. Actually, I did expect it to like become worse. If this was fungal, I expected it to become worse when I took the antifungals. Now the first when I did take the diflucan, I began, just a little, just to see how the reaction and all that. Then I took a little more and all that, and really, the first beginning actually made me relax. I think this it seems like when you get something that the fungus knows is incoming, it seems like the fungus just stops and you, oh, there's something incoming. I remember the same thing with like oregano essential oil, fixing it in a capsule and swallowing the capsule and all that, and you can feel it, when it breaks, you can feel it up to your throat and all that. But anyway, um, I remember the first time. I'm not sure, but at least the first time, I think maybe a little more than the first time. In the beginning, that you got this release. You felt like it had stopped to the grip on you. Sadly, it only worked in the beginning. I can't remember how long it, but I remember it at least once, where in the beginning, where I think it I think it worked a couple of times. Then it stops working, and it's like, then you're back to square one. Then what? I was like, you hope that it's working, right? It's working, but then it like stops working. And he was like, yes, I found something that, yeah. And then anyway, so that I got the diflucan and I got the nystatin and all that, and I gave it a good hit. 40 days. Started out with 800 milligram of diflucan, if I recall correctly, and then 400 every day. Can't remember if I divided it up by 200, 200, or if I took it 400 a day. But you get it up there, the level up there, and then it begins to kill the fungus and all that. And I took the first round, and it absolutely helped. It didn't remove it all, but it absolutely. The first 5 days was horrible, absolutely horrible. I felt it was like kicking a lion. It went totally haywire. It's interesting how you feel like it was popping things in the body. I'm thinking it must be the fungus that is just totally, killed on so many levels. Um, Interesting. It's like popping. You could just feel it. My legs. I remember, it was popping. Of course, the diflucan is going in, and but yeah. So it was, after the 5 days, it became more settled down and all that. I went from an 8 to a 10, and then regards of things, and then going down. I remember laying in my sofa, and I was just totally. It was just air. It was like felt like a whole battlefield was going on in my body everywhere, you know. So, and then maybe what, you know. In any case, after those 40 days, um, I took a break, and it absolutely had helped. But although it wasn't totally done, but it had helped for sure. Um, I can't really eat anything with sugar. You know, it's really um I found out that eating only meat, red meat, or well, chicken is also okay, but it seems like the red meat does seem to help in regards of have some more helpful benefits. The problem is I actually found out before I ended up the bread thing. I just got into this bread. I fell off the wagon, you know. And I was like, I was just hungering for some, bread. So I did that 5 days, and you go into in this spin thing that the doctors say, "Hey, you're no problem," blah 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 blah. No problem with you. Well, if there's no problem, I can just go down and of course there's, they just think you're crazy, right? Um, it's a diabolical system overall, you know. So anyway, yeah, it's so I knew that in regards of I actually found out that the itching that I locally had one place, that was the beginning issue of the fungal issue, at least the issue that I, um, had from the beginning, which just drove me utterly crazy in regards of that specific point. It was terrible, absolutely terrible. I didn't really have, it might already have been systemic at that point. It might have come from the system down in the gut and already been fixed out. The thing with diflucan, when women get issues in regards to they give diflucan, well, diflucan is systemic, so it works all over the body. It doesn't work only down there in regards of women parts and all that. No, it works everywhere. And yeah. Anyway, I got a huge treatment of diflucan. I got that through, and then after some time, I wanted another one, and I did get another one, but it wasn't as effective as the first one. But I had other things that I know supplemented it. So if the fungus had become resistant to it, it should still die by fixing other things, in synergy with other things. So even if it had become resistant, it should still destroy it. Although I don't know if it was less of it because it didn't really seem like it's yeah. But anyway, it's livable now. I still have all these, really on my arms, like all these black spots, which people will just say, "Oh, that's just normal" and all that. Hey, I got them when the explosion happened. Okay, it's like incredible how people will just explain this and that. Oh, that's just normal and all that. Yeah, I guess itching and nipping and the crawling sensation is just normal as well, The thing is, people can't see those things, but I know it. I can feel it, The crawling sensation, the nipping sensation, the itching, absolutely terrible. But I know the cause now. I know the cause, and the cause is fungi. I don't know if it's too late. I know that I can't eat, specific things and all that. I pretty much only eat red meat, although I can eat as much red meat as I really want without getting any further issues. Every time there's some, well, I guess before the explosion, I could really, locally, in regards to the itching I had locally, I could really, if there was just a little sugar in something, I would, I had when I only ate meat, found out that it would actually close it totally down, really, really close. And then if just eating a little bit of sugar, then I would know. I found out that was sometimes, apparently sugar in eggs. So I really But at least I knew that the foundation, if I just kept it to red meat, that was great. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'm at. I'm nearly, I guess I'm nearly 40 years old. And what a life. What a life of pain and suffering and itching and whatever and all that. And I guess getting this harmony in everything, around me and all that. That's interesting. If I just knew what I know now, I think I could easily have turned a lot of the issues around and lived with a lot less suffering. Um, at least now it's not, I can feel it a little bit there and a little bit there, itching and all that, but I don't really have lowered it down. But if I go into, one of the things that really can, kick it up is going into a bath. A bath. Not when I'm in the bath, but when I get out of the bath, it's utterly horrible. I do remember getting into a bath because it was actually the only thing that seemed to help us to stop the itch. When I'm laying there in the hot bath with the computer magazines and all that, it was pretty much the only time where the itch would stop. The itching, the incredible itchy itch, um, would stop if I went into a hot bath, and that was where I could take a break. A little hard now in regards of taking a shower and then coming out, and then he just begins to, itch all over. And again, it's one of these issues that you really can't see. I looked pretty healthy in some sense in the past. Didn't really look like it was any big problems. It looked pretty, but all those symptoms have always been hidden away. It's like it's not out there. It's it's not like you could go to the doctor and say, here, this and that, look at this and all that, pretty much, apparently. I don't know why they didn't take any things in regards of testing me in regards of, well, they tested me for sexual sicknesses, of course, they didn't find anything in regards to sexual sicknesses. So if it's not sexual sicknesses, what could it be, I wonder? Maybe test for fungus, maybe? Yeah, maybe not. Okay, just whatever. We don't want to go there. The thing is, I got these fungal creams and all that. That didn't really help. It actually seemed to just make things worse. But the thing is, I should have changed my diet. And if I changed my diet, I might actually have been able to just stop it right there. And maybe my body would have not been so damaged so it actually could fix itself by just stopping doing some specific things. But no. I remember trying so many weird things. Of course, when you go up to the doctor, he will tell you it doesn't matter in regards to what you put into your mouth and all that. That's bullshit. Utterly bullshit and garbage. Oh, it doesn't matter in regards. Oh, really? It really doesn't matter if I drink a whole box of alcohol every day. Hmm? And look at the alcoholics, how their health is in regards of drinking and drinking and drinking. It's not really going in the right direction, is it? No, absolutely not. Well, I guess it's a blessing in disguise in some sense because I would never have asked the question. Probably, I don't know, but I wouldn't think I would at least. What is the meaning of life? You know, is there a purpose going on living, or is it just could I just kill myself and all that? And Because why is it worth living this life if I'm going to have pain anyway and have problems, these issues and all that? That's a good question, isn't it? Well, it led me to the Bible, of course, before, it led me into Satan's candy shop first. Um, but yeah, it's itching a little on the ear. Whatever. It's I don't really don't know what to do much. Um, I'm still continuing with the antifungals. In regards of essential oils, natural antifungals, and all that. Of course, there's a lot of those scare tactics in regards of that. Trying to stay low on sugar, and well, I think it would be fair if one would actually be if one diet would be antifungal from the beginning. Of course, you need to know what is not good and what. And actually, it just took me so long to figure out that red meat, was the best option. Only to eat red meat did have an effect. If I had known that from the beginning, I would have helped me tremendously. Maybe I could have stopped the thing and turned it around. I don't know. But it started like a really, really itchy, itchy, itch, really itchy, itchy. Oh, it's terrible itchy. You nearly wanted to take your head and bang into the wall. You felt like, it was just, it's just terrible itch. Absolutely terrible. Of course, all these things, of course, in regards to my issues below the belt, is like things you don't really talk about with people, right? Right? Secret issues, making a lot of havoc and making your life whatever. Anyway, of course, it didn't, help on things when I became a Christian and all that because people don't want the truth. People rather want to run with all the lies instead of actually going to the Bible in regards of, they rather want to believe in pagan satanic evolution and all that other garbage that is in the world. Of course, I would never kill myself because that would be stupid. We have so many liars out there and deceivers and all that. So at least I'll try to do whatever I can to get some truth out there. It's not working pretty good for me, I'll say that. Because people are not really, lots of people are so deceived nowadays, and many don't even want the truth, even if they serve the truth. Many people actually just want to run with the lies and promote the lies. And that's why I have a problem, because if I had the truth from the beginning, I wouldn't be suffering like I am. Well, in regards to the issues I have. If I had had the truth, I could have solved a lot of the issues really quickly, I think. Well, at least I could have turned it around. Well, the thing is, we have fungus for 20 years, and damaging yourself with, you know, kind of a little harder, and you grow into yourself. You don't you just go into yourself. And one day that is wonderful and all, and then you go to the toilet, and then the whole day is just ruined. It's not really fun. And you just crawl into yourself, and you crumble together like a little child, in some sense. Because it's painful, and you feel like you're unclean and all that. Yeah, it's very bad. Um, so you can go from feeling wonderful to something that everybody does normally. But hey, I found out in regards to the bidet, and I guess my life is not over yet, but it's not looking good. It could be worse. It can always be worse. It usually also gets worse. Um, Yeah. I do wonder why. I guess we have. I guess they might not have. I don't know. Ah, those. Yeah, that's bad. Oh well. Anyway, I guess that's how it is. Can't make things change. It is as it is. So now we have a lot of issues. Uh, Anyway, it's the first day of the week, so it is the you know what is it called? Shavuot? Shavuot. Shavuot. Good week. Have a good week, all of you. Because now the sunset has gone down. It's the first day of the week. I pretty much failed last day, and the world is continuing to go nuts. You never know when you're actually going to die. I mean, it's not so bad with this wicked world. Huh, what a wicked world we live in. And of course, it's just, because the Roman Emperor wants his world order. To see here, where do I have my wallet so I can get and see what I have of information from that? Should be somewhere. Where is my pants? Over here? No. Oh, they're over there. Okay. Seriously. Oh, I had to have my killed on because I didn't have more underpants. I really only have two underpants, and both of them are pretty much broken. Oh well, I remember having so many underpants. And I was thinking, oh, why need all these and socks and all that? And then I got rid of all my socks, and then I figured out that that might not have been the best thing. Um, where is my wallet? Oh, it's typical when you need things, right? Should have been down here, I think. Oh, it's a new message from someone, whatever. Where is my wallet? Did I have something else? I thought it was right here. Oh well. Yeah, it should have been in this pocket. Oh, I'll probably have to put it someplace. Oh, there we go. Uh, actually, smart. Actually, I don't know what to do more in regards with this. This is a stolen thing. I got it like 20 years ago or something like that from someone who had, as far as I know, stolen it. I had no idea, I'm a thief. I'm a thief. You look around and then it's like, oh my, pretty much. Um, um, I don't know what to really do about it. It's I have no idea who gave it to me. I have no idea who it was stolen from and all that. I was just interested in the money in regards of it, and yeah, he gave it to me. Um, whatever. It's so that of course makes me, I guess, makes me what do you call it? Makes me accomplish of stealing. Uh, Terrible, absolutely terrible. Um, I don't know if I should just throw it out or whatever. Thing is, it's yes, there was no possible way to find the person that was taken from. Um, so, but every time you pretty much see it, you know that I'm a thief. I stole something. Uh, of course, terrible. Of course, not the only thing that I've done in regards of bad things. Um, adversing regards of here with regards of well, I guess that's we have all the bullshit propaganda from them and all that. COVID-19 bullshit and all that. Hey, maybe you could just send the information in regards to what you did, in regards to how you killed him. Uh, oh yeah, it's going direct. Who's earning a lot of money from all this scare bullshit nonsense and all that? Couldn't be the medical mafia, could it? Yeah, exactly. Let's delete that. I was looking for something else, but there's nothing I was looking for in it. I guess the police haven't written to me either in regards to fixing, in regards to all the murders that is being done in Denmark. Oh, I guess we're just a criminal, disgusting world, pretty much, that just loves to murder the weakest in society. That's pretty much what we do, because we're bad people. We do bad things. We do bad things everywhere. Oh, yeah. If there's anything, nope, not a single thing. Not even from the white coat murderers. Oh, okay. I sent in regards of a specific medicine and all that. But then I sent the link, and then the link was censored by YouTube while I was watching it and all that. I had to. Oh well. Well. I guess when it goes as it goes. And of course, I'm in jail on Facebook as well. Huh. So can't really write any of my thoughts on Jailbook. It should be called Jailbook. It's like I've been in jail then 7 days in a streak, and then 30 days just out. Got out, got in again. At the Then got out of 30 days, then got another one, but that other one was refuted. And then after the refutation, I think the very same day actually, I got into jail 30 days again. And then I just got out, and then I got in again. So I have like a streak of a lot of days where I can't write because Facebook sucks. Absolutely sucks. Actually, I was trying to get my data and all that. So I guess it's not really. Activity, no settings. I think it was like yeah. Um, yeah. Download copy of information to keep it to transfer to another device. A copy of your information is being created. Yeah, how long is that going to take? Oh well, I guess if it's going to be really haywire, then probably a wave might be incoming to kill us all. I guess it doesn't really. We'll see how. The world already hate the truth on so many levels. So um, can't really do much about that. It seems the world loves its lies. Papacy gets its power in. Oh well, I didn't. Oh yeah, that was in regards to. Well, I was looking for 600 and something. But you have different stages of the papacy getting its power. But I think the temporal, let's see, temporal power of the papacy, 600, and let's see, temporal power of the Holy See. Let's see here. It says the land given to Pope Stephen in 756. I can't remember all, but I think it was 600 and something that it was given, after the bishops, and then you have which is the beast. The papal temporal power refers to the pope's secular and political authority over the papal state, and of course, as well as other kings and countries. This authority was granted by the Frankish King Pippin to Pope Stephen II during the 8th century. Although many monarchs challenged papal authority over the years, none succeeding in ending the what? Let's see here. Ending. Unsucceeding ending the Pope's temporal power except the French in 1798. This event is recorded on the Bible timeline poster with world history during this time. Yeah, whatever. I think it was 600 and something in regards of oh well. How the gap between Pfeiffer's vaccine doses doctor urges. Oh, do they have too many damages or what in regards to the vaccines? I see. Now halve the gap between the first and second dose of the Pfeiffer's coronavirus. The British Medical Association says the gap between doses being given to patients should be cut from 12 weeks to 6. How many weeks was it? That was 19 days. Oh, but this is way off in regards of Danish. You needed to have the second vaccine after 19 days, and if you got it before 19 days, then you needed it after 21 days. Third one, whatever. Who is earning all the resources from all this bullshit? Of course, the medical mafia. Those are the people sick and tired of this world. So here we actually have the false prophet depicted as a lamb. It's most likely not a 7-day source, 7-day Adventist source. It seems to be problematic in regards of coming forward here. Yeah, why work? Why have something that should work, right? There we go. 2 horns like a lamb, and it looks like a lamb spoke like a dragon. Yeah. Exercises all the authority of the first beast. Oh yeah, in regards of so well, yeah, I think we already read about that. Oh well. 1312. And he exercised all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and caused the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast whose deathly wound was healed. Again, sounds like the Jesuits, you know. Worship the image of the beast that die. It causes all to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark. Of course, the mark being either the 666 or the name of the beast. Doesn't seem to be able to save the image apparently. So you try this. No, doesn't work. Oh, it seems like they actually are giving it to the Jews and somehow whatever. I don't know. They have like a picture of exploding things here. I don't know. Oh well. But at least they got it right in regards of a lamb. Speaks like a dragon. Oh no, it just comes up and up and oh, give me a break. And I just begins come up and come up and come up. Okay. I already had just problems with just doing what I wanted from the beginning. Here we have one that actually does fix it like lion heads, leopard, and bare feet. Although it doesn't have the woman riding it on top of it. But yeah, that's weird. You know, that's just totally wrong depicted in regards of. Do wonder if that is a Seventh-day Adventist idea or Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever. I don't know, but that's where they just fix all the beasts together and um yeah, but some are absolutely better than others. I guess that could be it, in regards of if one of the heads is the beast itself, and a mortal wound, and then regathering in regards of the Vatican and all that. Yeah, regathering its power. Looks like it's dead, but it's not. Gets its power again. Yeah. There we go with another SDA thing, I'm pretty sure, because they show the false prophet as a bison. Here we go again. The beast of the two horns. There we go. Well, that's not I don't think that says. Here we go. Yeah, so some of them have the beast of the lamb. Pretty clear. But then you have some of these where it's a bison. Bison again. Well, they talk about this being the second beast and all that. And again, I talked with one of these STA things and all that, and she was telling me, "Oh no, I didn't get it right," and blah blah blah. She's like, "What are you talking about? You have multiple sources saying the same thing over again in regards of it." He's telling me I'm wrong in regard because I was just asking. I wanted to know where do you get this idea from? In regards to the second beast. Well, you couldn't answer me on that. Yeah. Well, why couldn't you answer me? Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, here we go. The second piece of Revelation 13 in us is none other than the United States of America, they say. And then you have the bison thing standing there and, in front. It should be a SDA, I would think. But then, of course, it's not always easy to find out if it's an SDA source because they many times don't tell you that they are from the SDA. I don't know if other people than the SDA have this doctrine. I wouldn't think so. It looks pretty SDA also in regards to the drawing. Then they show, the so-called Jesus in images as well. So that's just another form of Catholicism, just in another. See, amazing discoveries. That's favorite links. I guess that's the seven Adventist, the Pioneer Adventist writings. So that's absolutely some seven Adventist here, but it's really hard to. Yeah, but again, it comes from the. Let's see what this is. Presents proof directory. Presents what? In the previous video. In regards to the beast, and yet wrong depiction of the beast, in regards of. So that's what's in regards to the first beast, yeah, in regards of the papacy, showing the Vatican here. The papacy is the only entity in the world that perfectly fulfills nine characteristics, I guess, in regards of the whole. But there was another beast, yeah. Let's see what they say about that. Yeah, so that's the second beast. The second beast they put out as a bison. That's, as far as I know, only the SDA does that. The question is, where do they get that doctrine? I have still yet to. It's interesting. You ask them questions and then don't answer. Isn't that interesting? It's just incredible. So it seems something seems wrong again. So they show a bison as the second beast. Uh-oh. And who do they point is that second beast? Let's see here. It goes on and on and on. Well, I do recall Bill Hughes, who has also written these two books, although he's an SDA, Seventh-day Adventist and all that. He had a pretty good show in regards of connecting all the dots in regards of the merchants, the kings, and the whole ruling over and all. But really, it's then they begin to with all the SDA nonsense. And anyway, and he also shows the beast like that thing. Well, I think I already shown it. Let's come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, it's huh. Well, I guess I will not have any. Yeah, I guess that's also a difference between me and my earthly father. As in regards to money, I've never been really that good with money and all that. Not really that interested overall, but as long as things goes around, although maybe they don't go around. But in any case, no, it's another. Anyway, to avoid receiving the mark of the beast, we first need to identify who the beast is. So here we go. Beast that comes out from the land, identified. And who do they then? And then they showed us a bison. Where do you see it talks about it being a bison in the Bible? Nowhere. But then they will go into this thing that it was because John didn't really know what the beast looked like and all that. I really wonder, where are the SDA getting this doctrine from? Why can't they just tell me? Um, do I really need to go hunt for it myself? I could, it's just anyway. Let's see here. Where does SDA get the information about the false prophet being a bison? Let's see if I find something. Well, that didn't really. Hidden heresies of Seventh-day Adventist. Uh, It's from Jesus Savior. I've been on that page here and there. Um, I can't really find in regards of. Hmm, maybe it's called something else than the bison, right? I don't know if I say images, I probably would find false prophets' actions, many spread lie, blah blah blah, and all that. Death of a false prophet actions, but all taking. Oh, I guess this is a game or something. Okay, so that's not the bison. What could it be called if not a bison? Anyway, that's a little hard to figure out, I guess. Hidden heresies of the Seventh-day Adventist. No. Okay, so Ellen G. White, Seventh-day Adventist, and the Antichrist. Hmm, I don't know. Oh, they really focus on this. There we go. We have all these bisons thing. So second piece of Revelation, American Prophecy Proof Directory. Oh, was that the page we're on? I think. At least that was the YouTube here. Let's see what they think. From the land. And that would be something that is dry, right? So not from the people, not amongst the people, but in the shadows. As the following identifying marks. Two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. So he has two horns, and is like a lamb, and yet speaks like a dragon. The second beast came after the first beast. Yeah, yeah. And then they have, that seems to be, I think that's SDA. I'm not sure. Papacy received a deadly wound in 1798, so the second beast might rise up around the time the first beast received its deadly wound. Hmm. Well, I suppose to the first beast that came out of the sea. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then they go on to say that the Earth represents a sparsely populated region compared to the sea. Hmm. I don't know. You know, again, looking like a lamb and all that, and the north and the south and all that would be some things that, you think that. But the thing is, the false prophet, false prophet, right? Well, the Jesuits are pretty much those that are getting the whole world to worship the first beast. And if they just use the U.S. and the Europe as the two horns in regards to doing it in the shadows, anyway, they say if that it would rise up and all that, and the beast has two lamb-like horns. No, 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 no. That's no, no, no. The beast is looking like a lamb with two horns. So they will just say, well, it looks like lamb-like horns and all that. It's not really the beast itself that looks like a lamb. That looks like a bison. It took me some time to actually figure out. Wait, 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 wait. Something is, I got this wrong. Because they promote all this. You know, you get into the SDA thing. According to the Bible, a horn represents power. Well, Freemasonry in regards of 38, 38 in regards of the North America and Europe. I do also if the beast actually, if the beast has two horns, the nature of those two horns should be the same, right? We have two powers, looking Christian, but speaking like a dragon. The beast itself speaks like a dragon. Well, if the Jesuit controls both North America and Europe through two powers, well, there you would go. Because you still, yeah, speaks like a dragon. Yeah, it speaks like a dragon. And I say the nation that fulfills these identifying marks is, I would say it's America. And then they show an image of a bison. And I really want to know where the Seventh-day Adventist gets this bison from, because again, they can't get it from the Bible. There's nothing in the Bible that says it's. They must be getting it from Ellen G. White's writings. And then they say it's the United States of America. But what if the United States of America, or in regards of North America, controlled by the Freemasons, in regards of level 38, is actually just representing one of the horns of the beast? Hmm. Has this look Christian? Both of this. Europe looks Christian. North America looks Christian, doesn't it, in regards to these things? Yeah, pretty Christian, right? And if the Jesuit general is controlling the both, there you go, false prophet. So also him that has, is the Jesuits that have promoted futurism and preterism and gotten the look away from people in regards of who the Antichrist really is. Says the second beast appeared at around the time of the first beast received his deadly wound. How do we? Nah, where would you? I don't know how you would actually. I don't know. Let's see here. Where is it in regards to the? Let's see here. I saw another beast coming out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb. Like a lamb. I guess the translation in Danish is easier to. And he had two horns and like a lamb, and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence. That could fit the Jesuits very much as well, and causes the earth, because the Jesuits had been given the power from, the first beast, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast. Who is being used to make the whole world worship the first beast? The Jesuits. And causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. So, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. So, yeah, okay. That's in regards to the. Yeah, anyway, the Jesuit, of course, would be coming around 1537. No, 1540. I can't remember. No, 15. I can't. Yeah, 1537, I think. Luther fixes his thing in 1517 in regards to. I can't remember. But anyway, around that. It says the USA is the only nation that rose into existence at the time of papacy laws of power in 1798. Wow. Mm. But the thing in regards to the false prophet doesn't really ring. The Jesuits are really the ones that have promoted falsehood. Um, Here we go with another one in regards of a bison. Oh, I guess I closed it down before actually. That's probably not. Reopen, close tabs. Another SDA source, I would think. Yeah. And the Sunday law isn't the mark of the beast unless you can receive Sunday in your right hand to buy or sell. Just think about it. Doesn't make sense. And yeah, so this is another SDA. And it's an SDA that promotes the Sunday nonsense. No need to correct this video, he says. Sunday observance will be the mark of the beast. The Vatican beast, the first beast of Revelation 13, says Sunday is the mark of authority. Yeah, I don't believe that either. I don't believe Sunday is the mark of the beast. It will be a literal mark that you're not allowed to buy or sell if you. Anyway, but that's another SDA. No, no one is calling. Yeah, so I should probably close down the video here. Yeah, video here. 2 seconds. Yeah, take care.